Okay, welcome everybody. Today is the Board of County Commissioners meeting of Pickens County from June 16th, 2020. We've just been in a long executive session and ran over on that, so we're starting about 40 minutes late from when we had scheduled this one. So we have a COVID-19 update from John Peacock, and this will include a discussion of a CARES Act IGA with the municipalities in the county. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. John Peacock, County Manager. And my mic is not on. Hold on just a second. Is that better, Amy?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All kinds of technical glitches today. Yeah, the main item we had on the agenda today is a proposed IGA for distribution of CARES Act funds. On March 27th, Congress adopted the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security, also known as the CARES Act, which established a $150 billion coronavirus relief fund. Colorado received $1.6 million of that distribution. But under federal legislation, only jurisdictions with a population of 500,000 or more were guaranteed a distribution of the CARES Act funding. For all jurisdictions with a population under 500,000, the decision was really up to the states. On May 18th, the governor signed an executive order directing expenditures of CARES Act funding in Colorado. And of that, of those funds designated by the governor, $275 million was made available for local governments with a population of 500,000 or less who were not a part of the original distribution. Of that $275 million, $219,120,000 was designated for counties and municipalities. And it is being distributed through the Colorado Department of Local Affairs, DOLA. DOLA has established a per capita distribution by county, of which Pickens County's share of those funds is just over $1.5 million. However, the county has to opt in to receive those funds, and the opt-in involves a couple of things. First, municipalities and counties have to reach agreement on how the funds will be distributed between municipalities and counties. And then there are restrictions on how the funds can be expended, and those include necessary expenditures incurred due to COVID-19 public health emergency, that those expenditures were not accounted for in the most recently approved budget as of March 27th, and that the costs were incurred between March 1st, 2020 and December 30th, 2020. And it's really a reimbursement model that DOLA has set up for agencies. To opt in, entities have to apply. And so what's being proposed in the intergovernmental agreement in front of you is two things. One, that the county would be the applicant for the funds, so that there's one applicant going in for the CARES Act funding. And then upon receipt or approval of those funds, how those funds would be divided between the county and the municipalities. And so the proposed distribution is 55% of funds to the county, 45% to municipalities, and the funds to municipalities would then be split via their municipal population on a per capita basis. Using that formula, Pickens County would receive $833,050 in CARES Act funding. You may recall that when we did our budget supplementals, we had projected $700,000 in this funding source in 2020 and another $100,000 in 2021. There is still possibility of additional stimulus dollars that are being considered by the federal government. Aspen would receive $454,782. Snowmass would receive $170,903, and Basalt, and this is based just on the Pickens County portion of their population, would receive $59,914. The 55-45% split is really modeled on what the first 5 largest counties, at least 3 of them agreed to in terms of splits with their municipalities. Eagle County is doing a similar split with theirs. Other jurisdictions are doing it solely on a per capita basis. Staff from each organization met, and we in the interest of reaching agreement quickly leveraged the model that was existing in the state already. In this case, our municipalities have been very generous in also making appropriations and expenditures in response to COVID-19. And so all of the jurisdictions right now already have qualifying expenditures that would qualify for reimbursement under the CARES Act. What we're looking for today, the IGA would come back to the board, but staff from each of the entities are presenting the proposed IGA to get informal approval from our bodies as a basis to submit the opt-in application with the Colorado Department of Local Affairs. Part of that application requires us to describe how we would agree to split the funding and on what basis. Upon award of the funding, we bring the IGA back for formal adoption. And with that, I will stop for questions.
Steve?
Go ahead, Patty.
Yeah, I just have a question. I think we need to move this forward today to bring it back, and then in that interim, we'll get the legal department input, finance department input if need be.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Kelly?
Thanks, John, for pulling all our partners together quickly to address this. I'll just note that we know from our conversations with Senator Bennett that the intention of the CARES Act was for this money to come down to all the local jurisdictions, and that we had advocated that all of the $1.6 billion be divided 55-45. We know that hasn't happened, but it makes sense that this is consistent with that initial advocacy. I guess I'm wondering, will this money be used to sort of reimburse the municipalities' contributions for the Human Services Fund towards our economic assistance program? Is that what they're intending for this, or is there any thought of, if they don't seek that reimbursement, are there other expenses that they'll seek reimbursement for?
Yeah, so there are a couple of qualifying, I think, expenditures that all the municipalities have made. Kelly, as you pointed out, Snowmass and Aspen have made direct contributions to emergency cash assistance. Aspen, in addition, has made contributions to business assistance that would qualify for this, as has the town of Basalt. All three entities have also contributed significant staff time, and in some cases, significant amounts of overtime to supporting the COVID-19 response, whether that be through supporting emergency support functions in the Emergency Operations Center. That would also qualify for reimbursement. We would be working with our finance departments and directors to make sure that the funds that we're requesting reimbursement through the CARES Act dollars are strategic in terms of maybe not eliminating opportunities for reimbursement through the Stafford Act also.
And I guess a follow-up question, is there more of an advantage to hold this money in escrow, I guess, and seek reimbursement toward the end of the year in the event that we have more expenditures that come up? You know, I'm just thinking our municipalities have already budgeted for the contributions that they've given us. Does it make sense to hold that money back should additional monies be needed that wouldn't otherwise be available in their budget? And same for us.
Yeah, and I think we're, you know, right now at the staff level, I think the recommendation would be for each entity to make that decision. I think the city of Aspen is also looking at hiring some additional staff, you know, to do ambassador work. We're waiting to understand more fully what the scope of that is. They may decide to use some of these expenditures there. Entities may decide to repurpose them, because I don't think any of us were counting, frankly, on getting the CARES Act funding. In terms of the county, Kelly, when we made the appropriations last week, we had anticipated a certain amount of CARES Act funding coming in, and so this would be meeting those revenue projections that we provided the board. There's a little bit of surplus there, and you guys may want to hold on that. Any other questions? Or
So, John, I just wanted to make sure, did you vet this with the municipalities about the 55-45 split, and they were good with that?
Yeah, so we
sounds
vetted it.
Similar to the HUPF money, the way that's split too is kind of that same sort of formula. Yeah,
Steve. So we the draft IGA in front of you represents work that staff has done at the manager level with all three municipalities in the county. I know each manager, just like we're bringing this forward to you today, is bringing it forward to their councils this week. And so if there are any changes, none of us were necessarily anticipating any, but we'll be able to communicate that back. But with everyone, assuming all entities give this the thumbs up right now, we can take the next step of opting in to the dollars, which we have to do by July 7th.
Okay, George?
Yeah, I support this, John. And to your question, Steve, watching City Council's meeting a little bit last night, the council did approve going forward with this IGA.
Okay. Any other comments, questions from the commissioners? Does everybody want to give a thumbs up? It sounds like a good plan. I'm really glad that we actually are getting the money, John. It's been a long time and uncertainty, not knowing how much or if we were going to get anything.
We are still working with the state on the ECL funding that we talked about a little bit last week and waiting for their final decisions on those disbursements too. But we seem to be tracking fairly well with our projections right now. So, yeah, the other thing I would note, I know the board has been tracking, but not completely unexpected, as we've been reintroducing more activity or allowing more activity under our public health orders. We are seeing an increase in the number of COVID-19 infections. Between the we have had 9 cases between May 31st and June 14th. We had enjoyed a long stretch where we didn't have any positive cases. Our testing ratio continues to be good. Our Aspen Valley Hospital report continues to be good, but our regional case summary, we are generally seeing an increase, particularly in Garfield and Pickens County. We have been conducting case investigation and contact tracing. So what's different today than when we had a number of cases back in March in a single week is now all symptomatic people can be tested. Our testing capacity and number of tests actually being conducted is way up, so that's good. And we've been able to follow up with the case investigation and contact tracing. So we're still building these systems, but we are putting them under some stress at the moment, and learning and testing. And so right now we're staying within our capacities, but we are going to be watching those trends. We're still working with our epidemiologists to identify there are no clear patterns of activities that are the source of infection. So we've had some news reports of restaurants and such, but it's not a clear pattern that there's a single activity that's contributing to the cases that we're seeing now, and we're continuing to monitor that. So that'll be part of the conversation, I suspect, with the Board of Health later this week.
I'm going to try some. Oh, that's backwards anyhow. Do you see that frontwards or backwards?
Yeah, that's frontwards. That works. That's frontwards.
Frontwards? Okay. So if I hold up a card like this, if someone raises their hand, then I think it's faster actually that you see it before you hear me, so then we can go faster. So George, go ahead.
As long as you hold up the right card, Steve. John, what's the status of the testing? Are we utilizing those other kits yet, or are we still just using the swabs? What's going on?
Yeah, for people who are symptomatic, George, it's really the what you call the PCR test, which is the nasal swabs. Those detect active infection, and that's what really informs our BOCC strategy. The antibody tests do not detect an active infection, so don't really inform that BOCC strategy. That said, we are continuing to work with the hospital on testing strategies for pre-symptomatic or asymptomatic, which would involve different testing methods than just the PCR test. So that work is ongoing, but the most important the most important testing and capacity for isolating the virus and boxing it in is that PCR test, and we do have availability now of rapid PCR tests with rapid turnaround. Does that answer your question?
So John, we had gotten a letter from the owner of the restaurant that an employee had tested or had got sick was sent home, and then he was trying to get through to the county and find out what guidelines, what they should do. He really did the right thing in shutting the restaurant down, but it was kind of a nightmare for him to try to figure out what to do over the weekend.
Yeah.
Do we have, and I think part of the trouble was the employee was in Garfield County who got sick. So it would involve their contact tracers there and not somebody in Pickens County. So to prevent that from happening in the future, I think we need to make sure we have a good system in place so the restaurant owners know just what to do.
Yeah, there's a couple of things. We're working on some process. This was also the ask for additional staff. So as we get those additional staff hired, we'll have that capacity. We're still obviously in the process of recruiting and such, but we did take note of that, and we can make some process improvements there for better availability. That said, I just want to take a minute because we did have those two restaurants in the press, and I want to commend them publicly because particularly Meat and Cheese and Mezzaluna, they caught those cases because they were doing the right things, and they need to be commended for that because really their actions limited the risk of infection to the community. And so they've really done the right things to protect public health, to protect their customers' health. And I hope people will take note of that and support those businesses as they reopen, because they are doing things right. And this was a great example of it.
Kelly?
Thanks. Yeah, I just want to comment though. There was my understanding though is there's nothing in their business plan, compliance plan under our public health order that requires the restaurants to shut down.
That's correct.
That they evaluated who had contact with the positive case and recognized it would be difficult for them to run their business since their managers had been in contact, et cetera. But that, that's not necessarily the default. That it's quite possible that somebody in any employment situation, that an employee might be found to be positive, but the business can continue to operate with their continued adherence to their business plans, and that they just would have to make those decisions based on who may have been exposed, the time of exposure, et cetera. And so, that's part of the reason why there's not that we do need to provide, I think, more availability to answer questions for businesses, but that shouldn't just be the assumption. And, we saw that at City Market, they weren't required to shut down, et cetera, et cetera.
Kelly, that's correct. The employee, if they screen for symptoms and such, are not allowed to be on the premises and working, but there's not necessarily a requirement that the business shut down. And that's we really commend the businesses that took that additional step.
Well, yeah, thanks, Steve. Just to follow up with Kelly's point, or Steve's letter that we received, one of the concerns was that the owner thought that the person needed to have a doctor's prescription to get tested, and that's really not the case. Especially if you don't have a primary physician, you can just go to the ER and get tested. Correct, John?
No. You actually no, that's not quite right. But if you do not have a primary care physician, you can call Aspen Valley Hospital's primary care practice, and they'll provide a referral, and that allows the two things. One, the insurance company to be billed, And then the second, if there is one, and then the second thing is it provides a conduit for medical follow-up if there is a positive.
Yeah. And also provides the opportunity, even if you have a primary physician, if it's over the weekend, you can't get hold of your primary, you've got another option rather than having to wait 72 hours.
So there's the option to call the testing number and get that referral.
Yeah. One last quick question. For the nasal test, the swabs, how quick now are the results coming in?
Well, so there's still a couple of methods being used. For rapid PCR tests, those can turn around in 1 or 2 hours. Labs are still taking 24 to 48 hours to turn around results. And the hospital's really been using different labs, whether it be the state lab or private labs, based on their turnaround times and what volumes they're seeing.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Well, on a personal note, I have to go down to University Hospital for a procedure, and I have to have a COVID test. I called my physician, my primary care. They told me I had to make an appointment before they could order. I said it was just for a pre-op. Finally got it straightened out. So there's confusion, I think, at every level. I had to book mine 72 hours in advance for turnaround time before the procedure. So there's differing things anywhere. I'm not having the swab. It's the saliva test, which is also different. So there's again, as we've seen from the start of this whole pandemic, information is changing on an hourly basis pretty much. So people just need to be patient and try the best resources that we can possibly give them. My question, though, was for employees of these restaurants. The owners of the restaurants wanted all their employees tested. Could their employees be tested based on just possible exposures, or would their employees have to have symptoms?
My understanding, Patty, is that with the PCR test, there typically isn't enough viral load necessarily for asymptomatic. So they are looking for symptoms. And those employees are also being contacted through contact tracers. Not all employees have had an exposure. Just because you've been in the same space with someone, there's the distancing and time requirements in there that put you at higher risk. And so even if you're in a place of employment with someone who's infected, it doesn't necessarily mean you're at high risk of exposure or infection. And so that's being handled through the contact tracing.
I think the frustration with this one employer, restaurant owner, was he wanted to get his employees into the system sooner than later. Why wait 72 hours to be tested when you could have your test results back in 72 hours? So maybe that's another thing we need to look at with this activity increasing and these issues coming up more. Maybe we can find a way to have an actual process that these employers can undertake with their employees. That would be a discussion for the Board of Health. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you. I've just had this thought that shutting down is very straightforward and blunt, and opening up is very idiosyncratic and detailed. And, so there is just conditions, I think, that are ripe for a bit more confusion here. We do have to just caution on the things that we know to be true, right? So we know to be true that asymptomatic testing can result in false negatives. So, people, you could get tested because you're exposed to somebody and the results come back and they're not going to show you a clear picture if you haven't had time for symptoms to develop. So it's, I do recognize and sympathize greatly with just everyone's ongoing desire to want to be tested and have access to frequent testing as our activities change and our conditions change. And, ideally we'd allow for everyone to get tested 10 times over the next 10 months, right? But I'm not sure that we're ever going to reach that capacity, or it's ever going to give us the clear picture. So, that's why it's just, I really applaud the businesses who are sticking to their commitment to screen employees and check for symptoms, because that's how these cases are getting caught. And for individuals who should continue to be doing that as well. I mean, one of the 5 commitments, it's not just masks, it's stay home when you're sick. And sick can be a tickle in your throat for this virus, right? So, we'll just reiterate those commitments of containment and people's caution in how they choose to engage with more people and with more activity right now. So anyway, and I do want to sort of circle around to enforcement conversation. And, we had some specific conversations about enforcement and exec, but on a general note, I just want to ask that once we've taken enforcement actions, that we make that information public. And we know there's several, letters that will be going out, and once those have been received by the people, the businesses, I think we should put that information out to the public quickly and let people know that, we are following up, we are taking the submission of evidence that we're getting very seriously, and that, we are going to continue to help everyone. Even though there is a lot of detail and there's confusion, we're going to get everybody to that place where it's not confusing, it's clear. Businesses know what they need to do. Patrons know what they need to look for when choosing which businesses to, visit. And so that's why I just request of staff that once we know that the businesses have received their notifications, that we put that out to the public.
Thanks. And Steve, if I could just jump in there. Yeah, thank you, Kelly. It is something we take seriously. It's something, as we build our staffing capacity, we are going to have more robust and quick both education and follow-up. I want to thank the City of Aspen and the Aspen Police Department, who did identify a number. Actually, they gave us 10 establishments with various levels of potential infraction of our public health orders, and we are following up on all of those.
John, when I have a question about the contact tracing procedure, when someone has had contact with someone who has the virus, and they're notified or they're contacted by the contact tracer, I presume the first step is they just self-isolate at home and don't be going out. At what point would they then want to get a COVID-19 test, like a swab? Would that be when they're exhibiting some symptoms? And if they then are getting symptoms, do they then have to go to their personal physician to get the request for the swab, or can the public health department, because through the contact tracer, give permission for getting the swab test?
Yeah, so Steve, how it's set up right now, and I am not, I probably can't answer many details beyond what I'm going to tell you now. So when somebody has a positive test, they are put into isolation, right, until their symptoms subside and they have a negative test. Their contacts are then traced and investigated, and the contacts that have an exposure, that are puts an individual at risk of COVID-19 infection. So that's within 6 feet, more than 10 minutes, those sorts of criteria. Then those individuals are quarantined, and it's a 14-day quarantine to give time for symptoms to emerge. If symptoms emerge during that 14 days, then the individual is tested. It still does require a doctor's order for the testing, And again, that's to also ensure medical follow-up. But if they do not have a primary care physician, that is not going to be a barrier, nor is cost going to be a barrier to getting the tests. And I should have that number memorized by now, but it's the Aspen Valley Hospital primary care number if you don't have a primary care physician already. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, more questions from the board? And John, do you have anything else more that on the COVID-19 for today?
No, we covered the enforcement at a high level, and I think your questions brought us home. So thank you.
Okay, so we are ready for our lunch break, which at this point will be about 40 minutes long. We need to be back here at 1 o'clock when we will be doing the proclamation for Garbage Man Appreciation Day. Will be the next thing we do after lunch. So thank you, everybody, and thank you, Grassroots. We'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Thanks. So, do you know
the mayor.
We're live, Steve.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Today's the
Uh-oh.
This is why, today is a perfect example of why we need to be meeting in person again, John.
It has.
I'm going to use that to my advantage today.
I'm sorry I'm not there. I had to stay home with my kid today.
She had to. She was forced to stay home with him. And he must be napping.
Steve,
He is
if
napping.
you can hear us, Steve, we can't hear you. I think your connection kind of is spotty. I know you've mentioned that before, so we'll see if we can wait for you to rejoin here.
Either that or we can have Kelly run it from home.
Yeah. Let me make sure I have the proclamation up.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I didn't have a copy of that, so.
You didn't?
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and kick us off here. Welcome, everyone, to the Board of County Commissioners Tuesday work session on June 16th. It's 1 o'clock, and I'm Kelly McNicholas-Curry. I'm our vice chair. Steve Child, who is our chair, will run the meeting when he's able to reconnect. I'm joining you from home, as is George Newman, Greg Poshman, our other commissioners, and Commissioner Patty Clapper is at our building in the room with Grassroots. So our first agenda item today is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners recognizing National Garbage Man Appreciation Day. So with that, I will go ahead and I'll acknowledge Kathy Hall, our Solid Waste Center Director, who's just here. Oh, Steve, you're back. I'll pass it over to you to read the proclamation. We've just welcomed everybody and introduced it.
okay. So we need to. I'll start over on the proclamation.
I haven't started. Yeah, you can start right from the top.
Okay. My Zoom dropped me. My internet dropped me.
They're
I'm
out to
good
get
now.
us.
Okay, I'll start on the whereases. Whereas there is a contingent of frontline essential employees who have been taken for granted during the COVID-19 shutdown in Picken County and around the world. They are the men and women who handle our garbage. And whereas the threat of contracting COVID-19 was added to the long list of hazards that garbage collectors face on a routine basis, according to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, trash and recycling collectors rank 5 of the 10 on the list of fatal job injuries. And whereas solid waste workers often deal with bears and angry raccoons when they interrupt them having an easy meal, they can be exposed to improperly disposed of hazardous waste, not to mention merely dealing any number of smelly, unpleasant things that find their way into the garbage. And whereas no matter what, through pandemics, rain, sleet, and snow, and while the rest of us were staying at home, our garbage was collected without missing a beat. We take it to the curb and it magically disappears week after week. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Pickens County Board of Commissioners recognizes National Garbage Man Appreciation Day on June 17th and reminds residents to give their garbage collector a socially distant high five or friendly wave when you see them out and about. Dated this June 16th, 2020, Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County.
Can I make an addition,
So-
Steve?
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to make an addition. I want to honor and recognize garbage men and women across the country. Just to put that out there, Kathy Hall, because we know that there's a lot of women involved in the management of our local waste and our waste across the country. And Kathy's a perfect example of that. So I want to recognize all of you.
Great, thank you.
So Kathy, I hope you have some comments you can add.
Well, I want to thank the Board of County Commissioners for recognizing trash men and women this year. It's been an odd spring, but we wanted to point out that garbage continued on even when everything was shutting down. Your garbage men and women were still picking up your trash and recycling and burying it and hauling it to be processed into other things. So, yeah, thank you very much for taking the time to recognize us. And I'm here with Barrett Jensen. He's a former Pickens County garbage worker here, and he's now affiliated with Waste Connections and Mountain Waste. He's our local hauler in the valley, so you may remember him.
Well, welcome back, and thank you, Kathy. Thanks to all of the landfill staff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always impressed every time when I go up there to take my recycling. You run a tight ship up there. It's really good.
Thank you.
All right, Greg.
Thanks, Steve, Kathy, and your crew out there. Your disappearing crew guy. You're vanishing into the waste pile there. I just want to say the role of the garbage man has changed so dramatically in the recent decades, where now the garbage men and garbage people are on the front lines of energy efficiency and resource efficiency and recycling and reuse, and they play such an important role in our communities that it took a while for me to stop using the word dump for the dump. And as much as we're fond of that, going out to the dump term, and understanding what an important role it plays and what you're all doing. So I just wanted to recognize you for all the amazing work you've done in bringing us into the 20th century, the 21st at least, finally, with the way we look at waste and the way we should be looking at the resource availability, the high nutrient content, the high energy content of waste. It's such an important thing. So thank you for carrying that banner, Kathy, and thanks to all your team.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I couldn't do it alone, that's for sure.
Okay. Yeah, just want to reiterate, Kathy, thank you so much. I think one of the things that I always appreciate about you is that you just really wave the flag about refuse and then recycle, which I think still needs to get picked up into the mainstream, but you keep beating the drum and it helps me beat the drum too. So I appreciate that.
All right, good. All right.
Okay, I think we're done. Let you get back to your big pile of trash that's in the background there, Kathy, and
The bear.
move on to our next item.
Thanks, Kathy.
All right, thank you.
So next up, we have Phillips property funding discussion, and we have Phyllis Matthijs on the line and also Jen Lopez. And Jen, are you in Durango right now?
I am. Nice to see you all. Nice to meet you all, commissioners and staff. I always like working on the Western Slope. Fun. Phyllis, do you want to say
So
anything?
Jen, it's very smoky here today, and I believe it's from the fires down there in your neck of the woods, because looking at the windy app, the wind is blowing straight from like Cortez right to Aspen. So we gather there's a pretty big fire going there. I've seen some pictures of it.
I know it's, you know, you all know in the Western Slope, it feels like you can't have a June without a fire now, so. Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry. Minkus.
Okay, so thanks for joining us here today. So Phyllis, I'll let you take this away.
Okay. We've had quite a few conversations on site planning for Phillips, and I know you all are aware of the different pieces that we need to take care of. So we employed Project BOCC and Jen Lopez to help us research funding that might be available for our project. So this conversation is really about where's the money, how can it help us, and what do we need to do if we wanted to access that money. So Jen, the key pieces, we have relocation. So we have people on the Riverview side to be moved. We did have one resident move out of our cabins, and we are not filling that cabin. We found out it doesn't have any heating system. It only has a wood stove and had an undersurfaced electrical system. So we are not filling, not going to rent that anymore. So now we have only 9 residents on the riverside. Relocating really the 6 trailers that are on that side and the 1 cabin that is owned by the residents there. And then our debris flow is looking like there will be maybe 2 residents that might need to be relocated. That's going to come back to you in site planning, but just to give you some numbers, as well as then the big ticket items are the infrastructure. So wastewater treatment, drinking water, as well as roads to build any kind of units if we want to develop that property. So you had a pretty detailed memo that was included. And so I'll let Jen, she does have a PowerPoint to kind of walk us through what those options are. And for you to be able to give us feedback on where you think, yes, this is a good option for us to look at. Federal monies do come with a bit of strings attached. So those are kind of your decision points as if you think that's the right thing for us to pursue. And this is really preliminary. All the application dates are in the future, so that's why we're trying to advance this now with possible funding really coming to us no earlier than 2021. So with that, I'm going to give it to you, Jen.
Thank you, Phyllis. That was great. Great overview. So let's see if my screen share works.
Yes.
Perfect.
She got it first time around.
All right. I know. You know what? Bob Schultz is such a gem, and Bob called me this morning and said, Jen, you want to practice? So anyway, Phyllis has put together such a remarkable team on this project. So anyway, I have a little consulting firm called Project BOCC, and I'll share a little bit about my background just and how it's relevant to the project. I do tend to talk fast, so I'll try to watch that. But anyway, I'll introduce the work that I do and my partner Chris and what he does. I want to talk obviously about some of the major funding sources that we're looking at to help with the infrastructure costs. Most of those are government funds, very high level, but kind of talk about how those funds work, how we might get access to those funds, talk about federal relocation and how that could play into the project, and then just have a really casual conversation, answer questions. And I really want to hear concerns that the commissioners might have or staff might have about pursuing any of these funds. We wouldn't formally put any applications in until further down the road when we have a little bit more detail about the strings, the timeline, and things like that. But we saw enough coming together that Phyllis thought, you know, let's check in early, make sure that we get ahead of these decisions. So Project BOCC, I've had this consulting firm for 2 years, but I've been doing affordable housing for 20 years. I'm an Iowa girl that moved to Durango in 1991, so been in love with the Southwest for a very long time. Got a degree from University of New Mexico in planning, but have always been in the affordable housing field. primarily have worked with local government and nonprofits, and so I started a regional housing authority down here for La Plata County in the city of Durango, ran that for several years, and then started a community development financial institution in the Southwest, did some other programming, and then worked for Governor Hickenlooper for 3 years, and got to work around the state on housing for the homeless. So I've done all kinds of different housing. This is my first redevelopment of a mobile home park. And Phyllis and I met because I was doing some grant writing for Habitat for Humanity, which is another great project you all are working on. And when she heard that I like to find funding, she thought, we should see if this could work out. So I do. I love finding funding and working on resource development. So that's how I got involved. I work with my husband, Chris, who's got 20 years in more technical site planning, natural resources, and he's been helping me with the infrastructure piece of this project because it's a little more complex. Of course, we love working with DHM and Bob Schultz. Again, very quickly, we were brought in to augment the team and to help really look at both what resources could be brought to help develop the project and really see your full vision for the project. It's such a unique piece of property, and there's so many opportunities there in terms of being able to preserve certain aspects of the site, preserve the mobile home park as affordable housing, maybe add some units to the site. It's a complex project, and kudos to you all for taking it on. It's great. I always love working with local government that cares that much about housing projects like this. Again, the first step of all of this is how do you get water and wastewater up to the site and do it affordably so that you're not putting another burden through a fee structure on the owners up there. And so that's what we're working on. And then we're also helping think through the relocation piece. So as Phyllis said, we think there's 10, 11, 12 folks that will have to be relocated. And it sounds to me in previous conversations, you all have expressed an interest in, what are best practices? How do we do this in a thoughtful way? How do we do this in a way that we can manage our expenses and do it well? And so part of looking at federal relocation is a requirement of funding, and part of it is there are some best practices in there, I think. Am I going too fast? We doing all right? Okay. And we'll do questions at the end. I can always go back. The talking fast is working in government. So, right? You've got 20 minutes for your presentation or 5 minutes. So anyway, so what do we need to raise money for? So very big picture, early engineering indicates that we think that the water, wastewater, and road development is going to be around $5 million. We're also going to have the cost, again, of relocating folks from, we think, 10 to 12 spots in the development, in the project. And we're going to be working this summer with a relocation consulting group out of Denver to get some costs around that and kind of understand how that's going to work. And then hopefully we'll have an opportunity to replace units for folks who are can income qualify for programs, and the opportunity to add new affordable units on site. And we would love to be able to access your state and federal funds if it makes sense. And again, sometimes it doesn't make sense. Not all of those programs are great to work with, but we always start with the assumption of, let's see if it would work. And then, so all in all, I mean, today, knowing what we know, it's about $5.5 million. And again, we'll know more when the site plan comes back to you all at the end of July, and you give direction to DHM and Phyllis and Bob on that. We'll be able to refine the costs with the engineering firm. So a little bit back and forth right now, but these are pretty good estimates. So here are the main sources we're looking at today, and the ones that are most timely for the project. So the first is called the State Revolving Loan Fund, and it's, I'm going to move this so I can read my PowerPoint. There we go. So it's low-cost financing for water and wastewater projects. It's managed by the state of Colorado, and there's multiple departments like DOLA, Department of Environment. And it's a lengthy process. None of these processes are easy. And again, I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir. Government funds are not easy. But when you start to augment them together, and if there's some similar underwriting to all the project funding sources, it can make sense to go after those funding sources. But the State Revolving Loan Fund would be up to $3 million for the wastewater side and up to $3 million for the water side. We're working on an eligibility survey right now that we would put in at the end of the month with Phyllis. It's like a letter of intent to the state that says, hey, we have some needs and we want you to know we're coming. And they would look at that and they would file it, and then that would allow us to come in for the application process in 2021. And then USDA is a very, I guess, common, this is the first time I've worked with it, but it's a pretty common source for water and wastewater systems. It's a revolving, it doesn't have a deadline, so you can go in any month. It is a little bit more strenuous in the engineering that you have to do in some of the due diligence, and so you would definitely, we would be back talking to you all with more details about this application process, but there is no hard cap, so that's good news. So we're thinking that it would probably be a combination of that state revolving loan fund and USDA grant loan program, but again, we got to dig in a little bit deeper to have more details on how it all fits together. And then CDBG and state housing funds are really a couple years down the road. So again, thinking of the timing of the redevelopment of Phillips, get the infrastructure in, get folks who need to be moved into the right places, do that process, pay for things that you need to pay for the relocation, then add the new units, so that housing funds would be a couple years out. But we want to keep in mind that we would want to have access to them, perhaps. And then the last piece is something we've just come across in the last couple of weeks, and it's FEMA relocation funding. So we are digging into that right now, and we will see if it will work for Phillips, but it looks promising in terms of helping with some of the costs for folks that need to be relocated. So these are all state and federal funds. And again, we all know what that means. There's more strings attached. The big thing, though, when I took over this project, or when I started talking to Phyllis about doing this project, I reached out to a colleague of mine named Roger Lewis, who's in Boulder, who had worked on some of the first mobile home parks in Colorado. And I said, look, this is my first mobile home park redevelopment, doing resource development, helping with relocation, thinking about all this timing. What do I need to worry about? And he said, URA. So I hadn't worked with Uniform Relocation Act before, and so did some research. We got a hold of a firm in Denver. This is all they do. They come highly recommended from other housing authorities in Metro Denver. But essentially, they gave us a bid to help us think through what URA might look like for Phillips. So URA, again, is a federal regulation that gets triggered if you use HUD money, USDA money, and probably other federal sources, but those two for sure. And what it does is it's a required process for how to handle displacement of households as part of an acquisition project, so like Phillips. The regulations are complex, but were created to ensure residents are treated fairly during the redevelopment process, so I think the intent is really good. And again, we have a small contract, $5,000, to work with these URA consultants over the summer to get a much better understanding of if we want to get federal funds and are required to follow URA, what is this going to look like in terms of cost, timing, et cetera, for Phillips. Again, this is just a little bit more detail on the guidelines, but I think is relevant to the conversation. So again, it's about providing uniform, fair, and equitable treatment of persons whose real property has to be acquired because of, and who are going to be displaced because of a federally funded project. And making sure that folks do receive the right amount of assistance, which I think having just some of those guidelines in the regulations will be helpful, because I believe you all were having some conversations about how do we think about buying and moving or being able to provide the right amount of financial support to folks that have to move. So URA gives you all those guidelines. To ensure that no individual or family is displaced unless decent, safe, and sanitary housing is available within their financial means. It's to help improve the housing conditions of displaced persons living in substandard housing, which we definitely have some of that at Phillips. And then it's to encourage and expedite acquisition by agreement and without coercion. So even if we decided not to go for federal funds, I think there's some basic things in URA around how to notify folks at Phillips, how to keep track of when people do decide to leave Phillips, if they voluntarily decided to leave and didn't leave because of the project. So there's even some real basic things that we'd want to have record keeping wise, just as a best practice for the project. I'm almost done here. So in summary, we're excited. When we first started, back in February with Phyllis, I was really honing in on the housing resources because that's my background. But when we realized the need for the infrastructure grant and loan funding and started identifying it, we had some help from Gail with Habitat, some other folks. We're pretty excited. We think there's a lot of resource out there that could be viable for the project that we'd like to dig into deeper this summer and bring back to you with some details in early fall. Again, we've got the URA consultant that we'll be working with this summer and anticipate coming back in the fall with much greater details so that you all can make an informed decision about whether you want to go down that path or not. And really, this was just an introduction to these concepts and ideas to get some very high-level feedback on any concerns or even excitement about some of the resources we're looking at. So now it's time for any questions and discussion.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks for the quick presentation. A couple of questions. One is, I know we all heard about the recent DOLA grant that was given to Lazy Glen Homeowners Association, and I'm not sure how that process went from application to who's actually responsible. So maybe you could answer that. And then the other question or concern I have is when I looked at the regulations URL concerning displaced people, and what caught my eye was part of that has to be within their financial needs, and that could be a little tricky here in Pickett County because our housing costs, our land costs are certainly much higher than in the rest of the country, and we're utilizing sort of standard regulations and guidelines, and I'm concerned that they impair us in a little way. So you can sort of speak to that.
Let me start with the Lazy Glen. I'm not familiar. Did you mean with the Salt Vista?
No, this is Lazy Glen. They received the DOLA grant for a wastewater system. It was a little over $1 million, and as part of that grant, part of that included a $750,000 loan to the HOA. So
I'm my partner's sitting behind me working, and he just talked to Lazy Glen this week, and that was actually, I believe, USDA funding. Does that sound right?
Yeah, it was USDA.
Okay.
But great, right? I mean, the fact that they were able to get those funds, it's exactly the type of funding we're looking at for this project. So I'm not real familiar with, oh, go ahead.
So it'd be interesting to know, not right now, but what sort of regulations or what sort of hoops that they had to jump through, not only to get the grant, but to in terms of how they were going to be able to utilize it?
That's a wonderful question, and we can reach back out to them and ask them. We've had you talked to Cortez a little bit, right?
Yes, and Lazy Glen, they'd love to talk to us. It was a very great process with USDA that are our streams, and we continue talking to them, so they'll continue talking to us. But it was a smooth process. Okay,
so it was a pretty quick conversation with them, and it had to do with this state water fund that we have to put in for at the end of the month, to the letter of interest. But they essentially said they thought it was a great process and that we could call them back and get those details. So we will absolutely do that, circle back with them and get more details on what that looked like for them. And then that's a great question about the financial means piece. So again, why we wanted to have this very small consulting contract with the relocation expert is that's what they're going to help us figure out. But I will say that the Phillips team, DHM and Phyllis, have already thought through some of this and being able to provide those new paths on site. So in a perfect world, I believe the idea here is to offer folks those paths so they can move within the park. That would keep your costs down just in that fact that they would stay within the park. And then what the relocation expert would help us figure out this summer is how do you value their property? What do you have to give them for their property? And what are you required to spend to replace and get them into something they can afford? So there's lots of formulas to this. And again, they walk us through it. They give us the budgets. We can then decide we like the way they do this and we want to get federal money, or this doesn't make any sense. We're going to try to do this in a different way. Thanks for the information.
Great, thank you.
Oh, you bet.
I don't have a way of seeing Greg's, or Steve is raising a card. Oh, there we go.
Okay. Steve, Patty's trying to get your attention.
Yeah.
So, could you please
thing.
actually put the slide up that shows kind of the criteria for the URA? Because that actually will just help me a little bit. But
the objectives of it, this one?
Yeah, this is perfect. Yep. So I guess along the lines of George's questioning, something that I think will be helpful to ask the consultant is if there's like an alternatives requirement, you know, with regards to the relocation offering. So is somebody allowed to refuse the option that we've offered? You know, again, you know, we are, I mean, we're trying to be very sensitive to the folks living on the riverside and, you know, recognize there's decades of, you know, people who've had their homes there. And, but there is a real safety and public health issue over there. And so, you know, that has driven our land use and site planning efforts on this property. But overall, I mean, nothing, the devil's in the details a little bit, because a lot of these objectives, like nothing really jumps out as being super disparate from what we have already discussed as how we would evaluate our process for relocating people. So I just want to flag if there's any hazards about how this actually looks on the ground. You know, again, like I said, if there's any sort of alternatives that we have to offer people that might make this a little bit more difficult for us. Yeah.
And I apologize. I know this is a hard conversation to have without all those details. And so absolutely, when we come back in the fall, numbers, budgets, timelines, you know, a lot more detail to what this means. And certainly that'll be a lot easier for you to say, oh yeah, that makes sense, or I don't think so. But just a little bit I've heard from the consultants, I just think it's important, even if they just help us follow rules over the summer so we don't close any doors prematurely on funding. That's really been another goal, is let's keep the doors open as long as we can until we have a plan.
Yeah, I mean, we have to do this with external funding. We know that. And I guess my final point that I'd like a little more detail on is, you know, acquisition by agreement and without coercion. You know, we've heard that despite it being in the newly drawn floodplains, that there's never been a flood there, and so I just don't know what the future plans are for the families that live over there. So, are there reasonable timelines that we can set on a relocation within the URA? Would be helpful to know too.
Great points. Thank you.
Okay, Patty, go ahead now. Sorry, I didn't see your hand earlier.
Thanks, Steve. It's hard for me because I don't always see your cards because I don't have Zoom in front of me. But I'm just wondering if you have ever heard of the organization called Prosperity Now out of Washington, D.C. They do, theirs is a national effort for home buying, home equality in home buying, resources, grants, funds, federal, local, all those different issues. I have attended their meetings for the last, I don't know, 3-4 years now. They have an annual conference called I'm Home. I can send you the contact information just so you can look into it to see if there's any opportunity for us to use the relationships that both Phyllis and I have created with the organization. And, you know, it never hurts to reach out to somebody, especially somebody who's in DC, who might be able to help us look at all these different avenues. So I will send, Jen, I will send their information on to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. That sounds great.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Greg?
Thanks. Got it. I like your cue cards, by the way, Steve. So I've made some of my own. One of the questions were it looks like we have a choice how far we want to go with this. You know, is there a cost-benefit analysis to getting involved and going after the federal funds? It seems like we're probably going to need it because this is an expensive enterprise. Certainly, it'd be nice to know it's possible. But it sounds like you'll be evaluating just what the cost of doing this will be. but I also like to know what our obligations are already. Is the Uniform Relocation Act a set of rules that we must follow whether we take federal funds or not? Is another question. And then second of all, right now we're talking about the actual mobile homes themselves, maybe the property of the people that are in them, but the land is owned by the county. And does that affect it in any way? And then finally, the last thing I just note, one of the assumptions just on the cost of moving or acquiring a new space, I saw $20,000 per unit there. And I thought, wow, if we could do $20,000 per unit, I don't know what the cost per a bedroom is for affordable housing in Aspen, but I just want to make sure that I understand what that 20,000 buys.
You got it. Those are great questions. So let's see. So it's gray. So the first thing the consultant said when we talked about this project is, ooh, mobile home parks are like twice as complicated. Not surprising, right? For exactly what you said. You all know how to take on a big challenge. And so her take was, you know, even if you didn't take the federal funds, we really should take a hard look at this because just the act of acquiring property, it puts you right on the line. So I think unless there's an extreme increase in cost to do URA, I'm probably going to come back and say it's a good idea anyway, right? Because it's a best practice and it covers you as a local government. But again, I want to know those numbers. You know, is it a difference of 100,000 or 500,000? The other question that we'll answer is, if it's a lot more to do URA, does that FEMA funding offset, right? So it's going to be a little bit of a puzzle, putting together a puzzle. The 20,000 in my slide, I'm glad you asked that. That was actually just the amount of subsidy per unit right now. That's kind of a given at the state. So it wasn't that we could do a lot for 20,000. The lots, I'm not sure what those costs are going to be at this point. All ties in again, right? Infrastructure, how much do we have to pay? You know, if we get a really subsidized 2% loan for the infrastructure, what does that translate? And what's the amortization of the loan will translate into the cost per household in Phillips. So we're not quite there yet, but that's what we're trying to manage to. So everything, again, is to manage to trying to minimize costs for both the county and then for the permanent residents at Phillips. And then hopefully we can add some additional affordable units as well. So, so again, this is just like the first take at funding. I think there'll be some additional other resources, especially as we start to talk about recreational use on the site and you start looking at easements. There could be some other funds that become available. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. That's good. That's a good start. There's a lot in there, and I think probably by the fall you'll have more of this fleshed out. But I appreciate where you're going.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Are there any further commissioner questions or comments at this point? We'll get lots more bites at the apple when we meet with Jen again. Okay. Seeing none, Jen, thank you very much. Introducing us to a new concept, the URA, which is a brand new thing for us, and we look forward to working with you and you know, learning the results of your investigations.
Thank you, commissioners and staff. Have a great afternoon. Hopefully I'll get to come up there. Beautiful place.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Steve, just to confirm then, this is Phyllis. Just to confirm, so we're going to continue on our path of researching all these. From the questions I heard, I think everybody's comfortable and understands what we're trying to do. We just wanted to make sure before we started putting in letters of intents and things like that, that we're on the right path, and it does sound that way. I just wanted to confirm that.
George?
Thanks. A quick question for you, Phyllis. When you started this presentation, you talked about the one cabin on the riverside that is now vacated. And is that an owner? I'm assuming that's an owner-owned cabin. And what will happen to the cabin? Who's going to be responsible for actually moving it or demolishing it?
Got it. So when the county bought the property, in total, it came with 3 of the 4 cabins. So the county owns the cabin. We had it evaluated as far as would it be demolished. So we considered, would that be something we would do now? But actually, for whatever reason, it has 5 electric meters on it for various properties that are there. So in order to move those electric meters was a lot of money. And so we've locked up the cabin. It's very small. Jody Smith did an awesome evaluation for us. We actually even had the asbestos evaluation done, which it only has floor tiles, which have minor. So it would be in the demolition list. But right now it's just going to be locked and stored and be the home of 5 electric meters.
Thank you. Probably a lot of mice, too.
And raccoons, I was thinking.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thanks very much.
Nice to meet you all. Thank
Moving
you.
on, we have.
Wait. There's one.
Thank you. We'll see you, Jen. So our next item on the agenda is the Healthy Rivers and Streams funding requests and update.
Can we do open discussion or?
We don't have Lisa McDonald here.
Is it scheduled for 2, right?
Or are we? Oh, wait a second. We are early, so let's go to board open discussion.
All right, thanks, Steve. Really just had one item for the board. Well, 2 items for the board. First, just to let the board know, Christina King did submit her resignation from the Board of Health. It's because she has moved out of the county. The Board of Health is recommending to move the alternate Linda Vieira to Christina's position, and then to advertise for replacement for Linda. That, of course, is up to the board if you want to wait and see what interviews bring, or we're looking for direction, and we can execute the Board of Health recommendation at the next regular meeting or continue advertising.
Steve?
Patty?
Yeah, I think it's appropriate to move Linda up. She's been involved. I do think, and I think Greg will probably concur with me on this, is that Christina did such a good job representing the mental health needs in our public health arena. So it'd be great if we could be looking for somebody specific to a mental health background and looking at appointment to fill Linda's seat as an alternate. No, Greg's got flashcards now.
Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I've got my flashcards. I have to write another one for when I want to make a comment. Patty and I agree with that. I was thinking about the time that Christina resigned, and we were thinking about a mental health professional. I also saw something that was pretty alarming that came from the school district, and it talked about how students in the Latino community were maybe more than twice as likely to contemplate suicide than the Caucasian kids in the school district. And this is in our region, from here to probably Garfield County or districts to the north. And it occurred to me that it might make sense, if we're looking for another mental health professional, that we certainly make sure to shake the trees and look for maybe someone who can represent from the Latino community, because our Board of Health doesn't have a Latino member. Finding someone who lives in Pickens County is a challenge, because so many people don't live up here, but we do serve that population in many ways. So I just wanted to throw that out, and I've spoken to Nan about it, and I've spoken to some of the other people in the Latino Chamber of Commerce and other people involved with mental health in the Valley, just to see, maybe we can get someone to apply. So just wanted to give you a heads up that I put some feelers out just to see if there might be somebody who could apply to get on this on the board in that position.
Steve,
Thanks.
Could I add on to Greg's comment, just so the board knows too? We have through voice. I'm not going to try it in Spanish, but Voices United, which is I think, Greg, the group you probably reached out through. making sure that they're aware of these board vacancies and putting it out through their networks too.
Great, it's a good idea.
Okay.
Okay, so it sounds like
John, do you
there's
have,
general agreement.
Yeah, I would definitely. Do we want to do a thumbs up, Patty, George, Kelly? Okay, we got, everybody was on board with that idea, John.
Okay. And then I am going back into my email, and Greg, you may want to bring this up, but you had wanted to talk about the board signing on to a letter for bonding, and I think this got distributed. Trying to find it now.
A letter for bonding what?
Oil and gas developments. I'm trying to pull it up here.
I don't know.
Yeah, Steve had forwarded it also. It's Senator Bennett has a bill regarding just bonding for oil and gas developers, and it's a nationwide bill where they're saying anybody who's going to do offshore should bond their project just so that we can get the cleanups paid for. But that also extends to mineral leasing, oil and gas in our region as well. So there's an email going around. I think I sent it to Steve, and I think maybe Charlotte distributed it. And it was a Senator Bennett's bill. It was brought to my attention by Alicia at Wilderness Workshop. That it's all coming out of Senator Bennett's office, and we can go into it from there. They actually have draft letters. We can join Eagle, and is Garfield signing on this? There are a couple other counties. So maybe it's Summit and Eagle are signing on. We could join them, or we could write our own. So yeah, I didn't think. I thought, wait a minute, Garfield's not on that. Can't be on that list. So it's there. It's in your. It should be in your email. If not, I'll send it again.
So in the email, there is a draft letter as if it's written by Picken County, just from us, kind of individualized for Picken County. And I was wondering if we should maybe have one of our assistants to look at the different possibilities and make a recommendation. I guess it's probably something we'd want to get sent out pretty soon.
I can share.
It could be a timely matter.
Steve, I'm sharing my screen, which turned out really small here. I think this is the letter that you're referring to.
Yes.
If the board wants to take a minute and look at this on the screen or not.
You want us to read that on the screen?
I think when you're close to the screen, it's easier.
I'm looking for it.
I think it's mainly referring to orphaned gas wells is the term I see that they use. An orphaned gas well is one that's been abandoned by its developer and left for the public to deal with.
Right. And so the bond would create a source of funding for communities that find themselves with those types of orphan wells that may need some reclamation recovery work done.
So I guess one question I would have this doesn't refer to cleaning up mining, hard rock mining things, which periodically is a problem in different parts of Colorado. It hasn't really been a problem here in recent years, but it could become a problem again. So let's see, Kelly, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question. I can't fully read the whole thing on the screen, but would the bonding allow for methane capture?
I do not know the answer to that question. We'd have to probably forward that question to Senator Bennett's staff.
I I think this is more trying to clean up.
allowing for methane capture.
Right.
I think we should add that to our personalized letter, suggesting that as something that would be a good idea to add that to the bill. George?
And we
go
could
ahead.
also, oh, sorry.
I would just add, yeah, that's fine with that. And where that paragraph where it says Pickens County has invested, I would just add, when it talks about such as wildlife and recreation, I would add ranching in there, or agriculture. I mean, you have to hand it to Senator Bennett. He's got more bills flying out of his office
God, he's
than
amazing.
we've got sleeping around our house. I mean, that office is extremely busy, and I have to hand it to him. He's doing all that he can to get our country back on track, whether it be the economy or the environment.
So with the additions of the, oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, in that final second to last paragraph, we could add something about methane capture, certainly is something we support. We can also point out that we have participated in the past with the feds on rehabilitation of toxic lead and mine waste, and we've done innovative things with biochar rehabilitation of mine tailings, and so we've been involved in this, and there may be a way just to add a sentence or so that adds the agriculture component George mentioned, the gas, methane capture that Kelly mentioned, and then on our history and actually spending. And these are our heavy investments they refer to. We could just mention that we're talking about mineral site reclamation as well. Maybe that would help, and I'd support that. I think Michaela's aware of the letter. She kind of asked me, like, do you want me to do something with this? And so I said, well, let's wait and see what the board says. But I think we could add a little bit to it and send it on, and I'd support that.
So it sounds like there.
That's
oh.
my minute.
John, you need a card.
I know I need a card.
Go ahead, John. I don't have a card for you, John.
Sorry. Yeah, well, I actually have my screen sharing on, so I can't see anyone anyway. I'm sorry. It sounds like then the board would be in support of us preparing the letter for the chair's signature with the additions such as methane capture, including some of the mineral mining pieces, agriculture, all the items that we talked about today, and we can prepare that for the chair's signature then. Okay.
I want to read it before.
I think that's good. Thank you for bringing that forward, Greg. Let's see how we doing for time. Any other open discussion items that people have? George?
Yeah, thanks. I've had a few email correspondence with Sheriff DeSalvo regarding truck trailers coming over the pass. The pass is open now. I know of at least two incidents where truck trailers have gone over the pass. I was actually had to follow one 2 Sundays ago coming down, and I was amazed he got through with so much traffic going up and down. Joey, of course, doesn't have the resources to try to manage that, but I think we should, I just want to bring it to everyone's attention that the pass is open and we're having this ongoing issue. I asked Joey whether it would be beneficial if we had a camera located at least at the gate, because at least last Wednesday, one of the truck trailers was leaving Aspen going up and over the pass, and Joey said that was really the responsibility of the state and CSP, State Patrol. But I wonder whether we can try to help facilitate that if we think that's going to be a helpful method. Of course, if we have to rely on CSP to try to come in to catch a truck trailer, that will never happen. So we're still going to have to rely on our local enforcement officers. So just to let everybody know, it's happening, and it's always a safety concern.
George, I'm going to add on to that real quick. George, I was just going from Leadville towards Highway 82. They do have a big new electronic over-the-highway sign that blasts you with regulation. Coming from Buena Vista side, there's just the little tiny one on the Independence Pass open sign. It's just a little thing that says no trucks or trailers over whatever the allowable length is. So, but Lake County's done a good job with blasting that sign. But I went back over the pass twice and didn't have the pleasure of driving behind any of those big rigs coming over the pass. But there definitely is a lot of traffic, and there's definitely a lot of campers, etc. Those new van things that are tight width-wise coming over the pass. So it was interesting to see people hit the narrows up there and kind of freak out. But George, you're right, we need to stay on that this year.
Just my question was, agreeing with George, is it only the state patrol who can take a picture and then send you a speeding ticket when you're on I-70, or in the toll lane, or the ways they photograph and they have a speed camera and they send you a ticket, or they send you a fee for using the toll lane? I'm just wondering if that's something CSP would consider putting. If they have a rule and they're willing to bill or fine someone $1,500 for driving a semi, that could might be worth their while to put a camera up and take a picture. If a violator gets caught, they pay for it. Might just be a great disincentive as well. I'm not sure if it's legal or if we can have anything to do with that.
So we did have this discussion with CDOT. It's either 1 or 2 years ago now, and we're looking at, I want to say, a LiDAR, I think, kind of, because the challenge, of course, is you have to measure and then catch. Otherwise you have someone going through every photograph of every vehicle to see if it's exceeding that 35 feet for ticketing. And there were some barriers there, I think particularly around cost because of the infrastructure. I think both electricity and telecommunications infrastructure that would need to be run up the pass. But if I remember correctly, we'd have to go back and look at it. But we had pressed the state for this kind of solution. May have been 2 or 3 years ago. I don't know if anyone remembers on the call here, and we weren't able to bring that home at that point.
Thanks. I'm going to change the subject a little bit, and I just want to touch base with our Board of Health reps before your Board of Health meeting on Thursday. I want to acknowledge and thank the city for their concerns regarding enforcement and their, recent dialogues about wanting to, support the investments that we've all made into opening up our community with an enforcement regime, including their willingness to hire additional staff and put resources toward it. I think a valuable conversation for the Board of Health to have is for our partners who wish to engage on that, to have operating principles that allow county public health to act on whatever enforcement or compliance, concerns that they have. So I would hate for the city or other partners to embark on a program that creates information that we can't use. So I acknowledge that John Ely is going to be at your meeting on Thursday, and that maybe that's a conversation to start. What exactly would our legal department need in order to act on, and how do our staff collaborate closely on enforcement and compliance activities? So that's one thing. And then another thing I just want to put out is I think it would be valuable, we're heading into another phase of our COVID response. We are seeing cases emerge as we expected we would, but it is bringing up a lot of questions about just personal questions. Do I change my behavior again, or do I step back, or What is the confusion out there? And I do think it's important that before we get too far into a next phase, that we take some time to look back at, let's reflect on this first emergency phase and like what worked well, how did we collaborate well, what were our misses, what were our lessons learned, so that if we do head into another outbreak, we just kind of have acknowledged that and maybe learned from it and taken the time to reflect on, what we could do better, I think, in the future. So just, and I think the Board of the Health is really the place for that conversation to occur. And that obviously doesn't have to happen on Thursday, but maybe just find space on the agenda in the future for it.
Thanks, Kelly. I appreciate you asking us that and reminding us that did come up in a recent meeting. I think that because we do have a little lull in the action, so to speak, hopefully for a bit this summer, we'll have a chance to review what worked and what didn't work, and going forward, what needs to happen going forward, or what might we try next time. I think that should be on the agenda as well, and I will bring it up again. And if you have any other specific ideas on that, please send them along to Patty and me, and we will present them. In fact, I'm going to ask Marky to put it on the agenda, just so we have some time for it.
Thank you. Yeah, I will send my thoughts along. Thanks.
Steve, can I add
Don't
on
see
to that?
any other hands raising
Wait,
right now.
I have my hand up,
Patty?
Steve. Yeah, I want to tag on to Kelly's
Patty?
thing about enforcement. I think it's really critical that the public knows. I think we've all been receiving text messages or emails from people across the spectrum in the public who are saying, "What are you doing? We're hearing about all these violations. What are you doing? We're not hearing." And I think one of the key misses we've had throughout this whole thing was our communication, both internally, externally, with the public across the board. So I want the public to know we are continuing to look at that. And as far as the violations that have risen to the surface recently, we are not taking it lightly. I want everyone to know that, both of the people who are trying to comply by the rules and regulations as best they can. It's not easy. It's evolving day to day, hour by hour in some cases. But I really appreciate the efforts of local businesses who are really working to comply, and in many cases going above and beyond to protect their workers, their businesses, their clients, their customers, everything. But I want the public to know that we are working on it. We are actually taking action, first of all, to help inform and educate the businesses and the community as to what's going on. And secondly, for those who have violations, we're working with them to come into compliance. And third, for those who continue to violate, we are going to take firm action to get them into compliance or to address their issues as far as operating their businesses. We are taking it very seriously, and I want the public to be very clear on that. And as far as a recent issue with the one major violator that we've been trying to deal with, I want to reach out to the city and thank them, as Kelly did, for helping us out here and trying to work with us. But there was a communication lapse as far as city council not being brought up to speed, and I know that John has talked with the city manager, and that's in the works of being corrected. So I want city council to rest assured that we're working on making sure that they're in the communication loop as the rest of us. And as far as Snowmass Village, we need to make sure Snowmass knows, because they also have businesses. But I think those are critically important issues. And Greg, as far as the agenda for our meeting on Thursday, have you seen an agenda? I haven't seen one come my way, but I really think we need to focus on this compliance, non-compliance issue. I think we need to maintain the Board of Health focus on responding and reacting to the pandemic. And then as far as business as usual, or things like goals and that kind of stuff, I think we need to maybe set some of that work aside for now with the Board of Health and really focus on the issues at hand, because we know we don't have the staff yet, so we need to use staff as best we can at this point. So hopefully we'll be able to discuss that on Thursday, Greg.
Yeah, good points.
Okay,
Oh, there's looking how cute he is, John.
I think we should, it's about 10 minutes before we're supposed to go to the Healthy Rivers item, and there are still people joining us there. I think we should do future agendas, and then we'll go to the Board of Health after that. So, John, do you have any future agenda items?
Give me just a second, Steve. You caught me flat-footed. I didn't think you were going to go there.
Do you want me to start?
Yeah, just wanted to make a correction. We had the June 23rd EOTC listed as an emergency meeting. That is not the case. It's just not a regularly scheduled meeting.
June 23rd? No.
I'm sorry, not June.
July 7th.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had it transposed with the APSHA strategic plan. I just wanted to, June 23rd, APSHA will be presenting its strategic plan. And then the 27th, I think, is the EOTC.
Well, yeah, there's an EOTC special meeting emergency resolution on July 7th.
July 7th. Sorry, okay. Patty. Thank you.
I'll keep you on track.
I know this one screen is confusing me.
But can I ask real quick, Steve, about the work session for APSHA? I'm going to ask George and Kelly, is 30 minutes enough for a presentation of the strategic plan? George is saying yes, it is. I'm going to hold you to it, Newman.
I did see a note from Charlotte. I don't know if APSHA staff had requested longer. She said she was trying to find 45 minutes.
Yeah, Kelly sent out the plans. Everyone will have an opportunity to look at it ahead of time. And so then it would just be a presentation more for the public and then opportunity for any questions. So I think 30, 40 minutes should do it if everyone has had a chance to review it ahead of time.
15 minutes.
We can find 15 minutes.
Yeah, let's find another 15 so we're not pushing everything else back.
Yeah, John, you totally confused me about when our next EOTC meeting is.
Well, that's because I gave you the wrong date like 3 times. It is July 7th, and it's a special meeting just to go over the strategic plan and Upper Valley Transportation Plan. So,
but our regular meeting is the 16th of July.
Yeah, there's.
Or 16th of July is our EOTC meeting in Snowmass.
I think we're combining those. I'll double check with David. I haven't talked to David about it.
Would you clarify that? Because the one on the 7th is only a 30-minute EOTC emergency strategic plan resolution. But, yeah.
Okay.
We can clarify that.
We'll clarify that.
Good idea.
Okay, Patty, do you always have some future agendas?
John and I cleared them up here while you guys were trying to figure out your Zoom. John and I cleared everything up, so we're good to go.
Okay, George?
Yeah, there was a request from City Council to have a joint meeting with us with a presentation by CORE. And I thought I saw a tentative date of August 4th. I don't know. That was just something City Council put out there. But CORE had City Council had a work session a week ago or so regarding REP and funding, and that posed a couple of questions and long-term vision for the organization. So City Council wanted to have a meeting with us to discuss that. And speaking with Mona, I also suggested that Mona get on our agenda perhaps a week prior to go over the 2021 proposed budget and looking at programs, so we have a better information going into our joint meeting with City Council.
And
you got that, John?
Not received anything, John?
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, I haven't had that discussion with Sarah yet,
Yeah.
so we'll follow up on the joint meeting.
Okay, and I also asked Mona to try to through Charlotte to get on a work session agenda. I think the end of July, which probably be before the joint meeting. That's it for me.
Okay, and John, I have one item. There are 2 interviews for Bradley Holmes for the Board of Health on July 7th and July 14th. And I'm not sure if he was not sure yet on which date he could make or something, but there were 2 times reserved for that. So if you could check into that, obviously we only need one of them, and that would free up time on the other.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else have a future agenda?
Steve, I have a more
Okay.
general question.
Oh.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Patty.
Yeah, I probably should have brought this up at open discussion. I would like to start the discussion especially after today's technological issues we were dealing with trying to hold our meetings. If we could start the discussion as to when we might be meeting back here in our meeting room. We're asking the public to carefully reopen. I know the county is thinking about reopening times, but I think we need to try and do that. I think our conversations are more effective and efficient. Obviously, our time frame is better utilized if we're all in the same room. Maybe we can start with 3 of us. I think we can social distance, but I just want to start that process so you guys can start thinking about it, and maybe we'll look at a time frame where we can actually start having meetings held in person.
I'm good starting in January.
He's good what?
Starting in January.
I'm
I knew you would be, but I want you sitting in the snowstorm and a blizzard on a Zoom camera in your backyard, George, for that last meeting that you'll be attending.
I have to say, I am a complete proponent of teleconferencing and Zooming, and I apologize to Patty. I think there are definitely times when we could be in the same room and getting together, but I also think that the opportunities that are presented by being able to Zoom and teleconference have been far outweigh the need to get together all the time. And I think that we're all going to get used to it, and there are some wrinkles, but I find it to be very useful.
So my question is, are we going to continue doing this for the rest of eternity, or we're expecting the community and we're working on coming back to some level of normalcy? The public has been asking me, when are you guys going to be meeting and how are your meetings working? And we've had a lot of, even though we think we've got Zoom down, it doesn't, we had a lot of delays today, and time of the essence for us to have time to meet and discuss things. So I think we need to look at it at some point in the future when we're going to come back into this room and actually meet and face each other and have those conversations that I think are much more beneficial.
Granted, there are times when we need to have it, especially if there's a large group of the public want to be involved. I think it's been clunky. You're right about that. So I expect it to improve going forward, but I see your point.
And Greg, you'll have to get out of your pajama bottoms to come to the meeting at that point.
Daddy, I had intended to be there in person today. I've been feeling much better. I still have symptoms, though, and I'm following the guidelines to not go in the county building. My symptoms might just be allergies from all the lilac blossoms and whatnot that are still making my eyes itch and everything. But I'm following the guidelines. I did not come in today. Makes it a little harder to run the meeting, but everybody needs to follow the guidelines as closely as possible.
And I agree with that, Steve.
Eventually, we will.
Yeah, I agree with that. That means that you stay confined in your home for other purposes that are not essential. And sometimes I think our board meetings are essential. So I think we need to be looking at things realistically.
So let's all put that on our radar going forward. And I've been actually thinking the same thing, that I really want to get back in there myself, but I want to do it safely. So let's move on. It is 2:15. We used up the allotted time for all of that. Let's go on to the Healthy Rivers and Streams funding requests and update. So we have Lisa McDonald on board. Welcome, Lisa.
Great. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me today?
Yes,
yeah?
we can
Great.
hear you.
Okay. We're having some major wind up here in Missouri Heights today, and I've been having trouble logging on. Might lose you, and if that happens, I'll do a call in instead of trying to reconnect. So good afternoon, everyone. Lisa McDonald with the Healthy Rivers and Streams program. I think today I am joined by Chris Lemons, who is our vice chairman of the River Board. I think Andre Willie was going to try to call in today. He might be on and he may not be. He was having some issues and I think was out of town or something. And Bill Yocums is going to try to call in as well. And that wraps up the River Board folks that are going to join us today.
It might be Andre.
In front of you today is 4 grant requests that the River Board approved and recommended for funding in April at its regular meeting. They heard 5 applications and denied 1. Anything over $5,000 has to come to the county commissioners for authorization. Our grant line items are appropriated and approved through the county's annual budget process, so there won't be a need to come to a regular meeting and a formal resolution for you all to approve. You can authorize the funds today. So I think today we'll start with the grant applications. We had originally had about 30 to 40 minutes time slot today, but Charlotte's been able to up that, I think, to about an hour or so. So originally, the grant applicants were prepared to do a 5-minute little presentation to you all, and then allow for some Q&A by the county commissioners. So with that, I think I will turn it over to Kestrel with American Whitewater for her presentation.
Awesome. Thanks, Lisa. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me today. My name is Kestrel Coons. I'm the Southern Rockies Stewardship Assistant for American Whitewater. I live over in Crested Butte, Colorado, just over the path. But we also have staff based in Carbondale and Boulder as well. And then in case anybody's not familiar with American Whitewater, we're a national nonprofit, and we work kind of at the conjunction between recreation and conservation. And our mission is to protect and restore America's whitewater rivers and enhance opportunities to enjoy them. And I really want to thank the Healthy Rivers Board for working with us on this and for also giving our approval to our application to allow us to come present to you guys today. But essentially, we're proposing to identify stream flow needs and existing opportunities for river recreation on the Roaring Fork and the Crystal Rivers. And we're proposing to do that through a peer-reviewed study approach that we've used in other basins and rivers, and also to create a tool to assess the impacts of potential changes to water supply on recreation in the future. And so our flow preference and boatable days methodologies are referenced in the Colorado Water Conservation Board's non-consumptive toolbox. And we've done similar studies on the Colorado, San Miguel, Dolores, Rio Grande, St. Vrain, and a few other rivers as well. And the results from these studies have been really successful in the sense that they've been able to inform stream management plans and reservoir management, as well as some collaborative river management plans, such as the Upper Colorado Wild and Scenic Alternative. And so what we're proposing here is to look at river recreation on the Roaring Fork and the Crystal Rivers. And I think, as you all know, and as folks at American Whitewater know, that river recreation is definitely a core part of the Roaring Fork Valley, and so it's super important to be able to understand what the actual flow needs are to support recreation, and then to be able to define a baseline of existing opportunities. So how often those flow needs are actually met under current conditions. And so there's 9 reaches on the Roaring Fork and 7 reaches on the Crystal that we've initially identified to look at. But the first step of our proposal is to work with the Healthy River Board and with other local stakeholders to actually finalize that list of river segments, and so that the results can be most helpful to local stakeholders and local planning efforts. So the next step in the process after we do that is to use a web-based survey approach to determine flow preferences. And the survey we plan to distribute over a 3-month period, and our goal is to collect at least 150 survey responses. And the initial survey questions assess folks on demographics, and so we want to ensure that all the survey respondents are experienced recreationists, make up a diverse respondent pool, and are comfortable reporting on their flow preferences. And then survey respondents will be asked to evaluate a range of flows using CFS on a 5-point scale for each stream reach that they have indicated that they have experience on. And then these flow evaluation answers will be the primary data used to determine both acceptable and optimal flow ranges on all the different identified river segments. In addition to those questions, another set of questions will ask respondents about specific flows that support different niche experiences, such as the lowest navigable, the most optimal, and high challenge flows. And these answers will also be used to further understand and refine the overall flow preference ranges. And then kind of the next step is that once acceptable and optimal flow preferences are determined on each reach, we'll then use our boatable days tool to determine the baseline of existing opportunities, or rather how often preferred flows are actually met based on historical hydrology. And we'll do this using a 30-year period of record with defining 4 different hydrological year types, from wet, wet typical, dry, and dry typical. And we'll use average daily flows across those 4 different year types and compare those to the flow preferences that we determined based off of the survey responses. And that's going to give us a quantifiable number of boatable days that occur annually and monthly in each different year type. And the cool thing about this is once we create that baseline and create those flow preference ranges, then we're able to use that tool, and the tool will be available to the Healthy River Board and the county as well, to be able to actually determine the real quantifiable impacts that future projects and hydrological scenarios might have on recreation opportunities. And so these scenarios could include changes to transbasin diversions, climate change scenarios, or specific proposed water projects. And in addition, the flow preference and boatable days results can be used to directly inform the Crystal River Stream Management Plan, and as well as planning efforts in the Roaring Fork River. And so the final report, including both the flow preferences and the boatable days analysis, would be shared with the Roaring Fork Conservancy and the City of Aspen. And the report will contain baseline data that will be, really like an invaluable tool to determine recreation impacts, which currently can really only be described anecdotally and are not currently quantified. In addition, the tool will allow for long-term assessment of changes to water supply, and will allow water managers to better balance multiple different uses throughout the basin. And so if our proposal is approved, then our project would pretty much start immediately in June of this year. And we'd begin by developing and distributing the web-based user survey. And then that survey will be open until the end of September, really allowing us to push that survey for 3 months and hopefully get a lot of survey respondents. And then the plan would be for data analysis to begin in October, and all the final deliverables would be wrapped up by the end of this year. And then in total, we are asking for $19,000, $19,355 for both American Whitewater staff time, and then also for our contractor, Low-Tech Hydrological, which is based in Carbondale, to complete this project. And that's kind of just a short recap, 5-minute recap of our project proposal, but I'm more than happy to take questions. I also can show some graphs too, if that is of interest to folks.
George, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. A quick, hopefully an easy question. What's your total budget, and where else are you getting funders from?
So our total budget, we don't have a lot of matching funds, to be honest. We have $2,000 already available to us from the Walton Family Foundation that we are using to work on boatable days studies throughout the state, and so we can use that funding to attribute to this project. But other than that, that's all the matching funds that we have.
So, but what's your total budget? Is that the total budget, 19,355, basically? So Healthy Rivers and Stream is basically funding the entire project?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead, Greg.
Thanks, Kestrel. Thank you for presenting to us. It's an interesting thing. I think it's really valuable, worthwhile information gathering. I guess my question was, first question was, is this a sort of program you've done before? Does American Whitewater conduct surveys like this elsewhere? Do they have a track record, or is this kind of new ground? That's the one question. And then the second was, is it necessarily, because it's whitewater, it's about using whitewater, it's anthropocentric. How does it dovetail with the ecological needs of the rivers and the other groups that are concerned about riparian habitat, things like that? Just wondering how those, is it just a data set that's included in that, or is there some sort of cross-pollination when you do these surveys?
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Those are both good questions. We have done both the survey approach, flow preference analysis, and the Boatable Days study on multiple different rivers. Most recently, we just completed a study on the Rio Grande Basin, looking at both the Rio Grande and the Conejos rivers, and that information is being directly included in the Rio Grande Stream Management Plan. And then we also most recently completed a study on the St. Vrain River to be included in their SMP process as well. And then we're currently working on similar studies in Eagle and Gore Creek, as well as on the Poudre River as well. And so I guess that answers your first question. And so we definitely, I think since around 2013 or 2010, before my time, we've been developing and using this survey process. And then in terms of integrating the data with ecological data, ecological data isn't inputted directly into the tool or used for this specific analysis, but having these quantifiable results for recreation allows it to be compared a lot more easily to ecological data. And so then you can really show, where do flows for recreation really align with flows for ecological purposes. And before, we have the results for the study, then we don't really have a quantifiable way of comparing that information.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. It does sound like it certainly is. It's an essential component of a review of a river, anywhere. So I think it's great. Roaring Fork and the Crystal both need something like this. So I like this idea. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Thanks. This is sort of a general question. First, I have a question for Lisa. And where in the scoring does it consider how these projects align with our Roaring Fork watershed plans and the basin implementation plan?
Right now, the criteria that's not included in the criteria, Kelly, but that is in discussions to rewrite some of the criteria where that is included. I think that's one of the discussions for the River Board, and Andre might have something else to say to that, but right now it's not.
Okay, and then I'm curious if systems wouldn't mind commenting on the low score he gave for the project in terms of public need. I can put you on the spot, though.
I wasn't really prepared to be asked about that, but let's see.
You can.
I'll tell you.
Decline.
let me say this. I thought in terms of assembling information concerning suitable places to kayak, for example, there's no better source of that than the kayakers themselves. They seem to have a great ability to figure things like that out. And so I was wondering what the need was for a source other than the kayakers. I suppose that was my reasoning.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And I could speak to that briefly if that would help.
Go ahead, Kestrel.
Thanks. But yeah, no, I mean, I think that's a great point, and we completely agree that the kayakers and you know, in different types of crafts as well, rafters and stand-up paddleboarders, you know, they know and they have a good sense of what these flows are. And so what we're doing is just capturing that information and putting it all together in an analytical and a quantifiable way. And so the information that will be produced through the survey will absolutely be based on locals and you know, frequent visitors to the valley that paddle on these streams and are very comfortable paddling on these rivers as well. If that answers your question or comment at all.
So I do have something that relates to that idea. One of the big problems we have in the valley are the holes in the rivers on the Crystal River, on Capitol Creek, on Cattle Creek, different places where there's not enough water to float a rubber ducky at times of the year, much less anybody to raft or kayak down, because the water's taken out mostly for irrigation purposes. So how would the data that you collect help us, help the Healthy Rivers Board and other parties in the valley solve those problems of the lack of water in stretches of the river?
And Steve, just to clarify, are you referencing the tributaries to the Crystal or sections of the Crystal itself?
No, the main Crystal down near Carbondale, where there's, you know, towards later in the summer, there will be hardly any water in there.
Yeah, no, so that's a good question. And so what we're able to do is, at least right now, you know, is look at stream segments that are currently paddled and currently have existing stream flow, at least for a portion of the year. And so, for example, if a segment is, you know, has boatable flows in June, but typically doesn't see, you know, sufficient flows for the rest of the year, July and August, then that kind of data will be shown in the survey results. And so in that sense, we will be able to see just what the existing baseline of opportunities is on these different segments. And then it'll clearly show us which months there are no opportunities for boating. And, you know, that could help the Healthy Rivers Board or other planning efforts to, you know, use that quantifiable information to maybe improve stream flows in the future.
Okay, thank you, Kestrel. Any more board questions? And I'm not seeing any, so let's move on to the next one. And Lisa, do you want to introduce it?
Yeah, you bet. The next one is the Sustaining Colorado Watersheds annual conference. Jayla's on board, it looks like, and Casey, I think.
Well, I'm just trying to understand the process we're going through today, Steve. Are we going to look at each one independently first, or we're going to hear all of them and then go back and decide if we're going to fund it at the level that's been recommended? I don't understand the process.
My understanding is right now we're learning about the different projects in these support presentations.
Okay.
We maybe don't have time to spend as much time to spend on each of them as we just did on the American Whitewater one, because we would maybe run out of time, but we do want to get an understanding of what the different proposals are before we decide.
Then we'll have an opportunity to actually discuss the level of funding that the request.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, great. So the next one is funding for the Sustaining Colorado Watersheds Conference in Avon in October of this year. the board has, I think even maybe for the last 3 years, supported this conference at some funding level. It's a great conference. The board unanimously approved it. We have had board members attend, and I think even county commissioners have attended in the past. So you all should be familiar with it, but I will turn this over to Jayla and Casey.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having us and for considering this request. My name is Jayla Poppleton. I'm the Executive Director at Water Education Colorado. Last year, I think when you reviewed our request at the Commissioners meeting, we had Julie Ash, who's one of our partners and serves on the board for the Colorado Riparian Association. She couldn't be with us today, but Casey Davenhill is also here, the Executive Director at the Colorado Watershed Assembly. And together, our three organizations have partnered for over a decade in putting on this conference. This will actually be its 16th year. And we attract up to 350 professionals working on watershed and river restoration across Colorado to explore best practices and share ideas and report out on projects and programs and their success and lessons learned. So it's a great networking opportunity that we use to facilitate collaboration and cooperation and partnerships across the state in being effective in this kind of work. And so we sincerely appreciate the support that we've received from Pitkin County and the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board in the past, and an involvement especially that we've had from members of that board and the commissioners. So thank you again for reconsidering being involved in this conference for 2020. Our conference theme this year is business as unusual, which is actually a theme that we landed on before we were in this environment dealing with COVID-19. We really wanted to use that theme to explore innovations and new partnerships and new funding mechanisms to support this kind of work. That was the idea of landing on that theme originally, but now it has a whole new meaning embedded in it as well. And our conference planning committee is actively exploring contingency plans should we not be able to convene the conference as normal in Avon in October. So the dates that it's scheduled to be held are October 6th through 8th. And we're looking at, we have surveyed our conference community, and we received 130 responses from that community providing feedback on whether they would be willing to attend or would feel comfortable attending under these different kinds of scenarios, and would they be interested in a virtual offering, things like that. So we're actively having that conversation and reviewing those that feedback right now. And so I want to turn it over to Casey so she can share some of her thoughts as well about the conference and how valuable your support is to making it possible.
Hi, thank you. I am Casey Davenhill with the Colorado Watershed Assembly. Also want to echo Jayla's thanks and appreciation for your monetary and moral support for this conference. And I think Jayla covered things pretty well. The only thing I would add is that the business unusual theme was also meant to include how important business is to conservation in the West. And business models have changed and become much more ingrained in Colorado values, and we appreciate that and wanted to show that appreciation for the business community. And I will just leave it at that, and between Jayla and I, hope that we can answer any questions that you might have, and we certainly hope to see you in October.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I guess my first question was, I appreciate your optimism that you're going to put on a conference and actually have human, three-dimensional attendees in person. If this doesn't happen, or if the conference is canceled, do we get our money back?
Well,
question, Greg. Go ahead, Casey.
I would just say if the conference is not held, we will not accept any funds. We do have the option of postponing the conference through October of 2021. The Weston has been very cooperative and understanding, and they kind of like us. They'd like to have us back. So options include postponing and everything from postponing into 2021 to holding a conference that is limited as far as attendees. That's actually been the preference that we heard in the survey. Approximately 70% of the respondents said that they would still be willing and happy to participate in an in-person conference. And then also the other end of the spectrum, of course, is to create a remote type experience. We have the benefit and the opportunity of also hosting some of our work outside, because so much of the work that our presenters and practitioners do is actually in the field. We can use facilities such as Camp Hale and also the outdoor facilities at the Westin to, provide that safety niche. And frankly, a lot of our people are much more comfortable outside than they are inside. So again, informed by our survey participants, communications with the Westin, we are planning business as unusual this October. And in answer to the question, if we don't host it, we would love your support in 2021.
Great, thanks. I appreciate that. I just have to say I'm an advocate for online, as we just had in our previous discussion. A virtual component of this would be great, and maybe I can actually get there as well as participate online if I can't be there in person. Thank you.
That would be great.
Okay, George.
Go to that, but I can't get there.
You're muted, George.
Thanks, Steve. Can you, again, just remind us what the grant request is, and what your total budget is, and again, other sponsors? And Lisa, it'd be good to have all that information right out front, so I won't have to ask each time.
Okay.
Yeah,
It should have been in the packet, but.
Yeah, but I can't see, unfortunately, I can't see the packet if I'm looking at on Zoom.
Okay.
So.
See?
I can share that information. And so our total budget is just under $125,000 for the conference. Our total goal for funding that's coming through the form of grants and sponsorships is $65,000. And then we also have, the other major component of our revenue to support the conference is through registrations, which is about $55,000. And so the support of sponsors really benefits conference attendees in terms of keeping conference costs low. And that's really what makes it possible for our 3 nonprofits to invest all of the man and woman power in, we spend a year organizing the conference. We just spent most of our morning today actually filtering through all of the conference abstract submissions that we've received. So all of the people who are interested in presenting. So we were ranking those submissions and really making the decisions around who is going to be kind of rising to the top and being our presenters this year, just as one example. So that's the total request from Pitkin County is $7,500. And so in that, at that level of support, you would be one of our top sponsors. And we identified a number of sponsor benefits that you would receive. So I'm just scrolling to that right now in the grant application to remind myself. It includes full conference registration for up to 5 attendees that Pitkin County would want to send to the conference. An exhibitor space if you wanted to utilize that to showcase your projects and programs, the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, perhaps. We would be acknowledging you throughout the conference verbally and through different signage and displays. And then you would receive top billing on all of our partner websites. And we had originally intended to produce lanyards for our conference attendees, and we would have had the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board logo on those lanyards. That may become irrelevant when we may be getting creative to showcase that support in new ways if we are in a virtual format.
Okay, thank you. Any other board questions? Okay, I don't see any. Let's move on, Lisa, to the next one.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. So the next grant request is from the Roaring Fork Conservancy Education Center. We have Megan Dean on the Zoom with us today, and that is for the enhancement and expansion of their education program at the River Center and in local schools. So I will let Megan take it from here.
Thank you. Hi, Megan Dean. I'm the Director of Education with Roaring Fork Conservancy. I just want to thank you guys for your time and all the effort and progress that we've been able to make with your support. I'd like to share out our program and what we're asking support for through doing a screen share, so I can actually show you some of the projects and some of the programs that we're looking for supplemental funding to make them happen. Okay, are you guys seeing my screen? All right. So we are looking for supplemental funding and support for our augmented sand table. It's an augmented reality sand table that we're going to use with local schools. We currently teach programs to all the schools in the Valley and reach, on normal years, at least 6,000 student contacts. This year, obviously, is a little different. One of the main components of our request is to increase our technology, and we've already been able to really dive into some of the online and virtual programming. And this tool, when we're not able to allow students to actually access it through hands-on manipulation, will also be used in our virtual programming as well. And I'm just going to do a quick little demonstration. So the sand is manipulated by students or instructors, and sensors interact with that and create topographic maps that are multicolored and then create interactive water supplies that do a really amazing job of helping us illustrate how water diversions work, how water storage works, just general overview of what watersheds are and how water and hydrology and geomorphology can be illustrated through a model. Those are concepts that are usually pretty tough for kids that are more at a concrete level to understand. So this model does a really, really nice job. We have ordered the model and have assembled it. I'm currently in the process of getting it up and going for public use, and hoping to get some time here to develop with support some solid programming and push out to our local schools and public. The next part of our funding request is to help develop some virtual online learning. We really dove into that during the shelter in place and when students were not able to attend school. And we developed online learning for a variety of grade levels. As you can see on the screen, we did the lower grade levels, lower elementary, middle school, and high school programs. One of the exciting things about these is that even when students are back in buildings and back in schools, these are going to be great extensions for what we're able to do with them in person. And I'm excited to be able to offer that to teachers so that they can kind of front load their kids and then also have follow through extensions and activities after they visit with us. Because repetition is so, so important in really taking to heart what we're trying to teach and connecting to rivers and being able to embrace that, and that not just in one particular situation, but throughout their experiences growing up in our valley. This is our interactive, our interactive watershed map. And we work with Lodic Hydrological. They helped us develop this. I am seeking funds to help push this into the high schools, giving the high schools real data on our watershed so they can dive in deeper with their Riverwatch classes and really investigate at a higher level what's happening with our water. And the watershed map has a general overview, but it goes through current issues, action plans, aquatic life, water quality. I'm not sure everything that you're seeing, but every tab has a different focus. And our goal is to create. We've done some basic already, create some interactive activities that students can access, and then invite them to the River Center and help them launch into using that tool. So I don't want to go over my time limit and take too much time because I know you guys have a lot to look at today. But that is those are the main components of our funding request. The last component I didn't mention was supplementing River Center programs. Those will probably look different in the fall, depending on all the guidelines that the schools follow and structure their education by. But we are still looking at teaching programs, even if it's outside. We currently have a few programs lined up for the summer and are able to continue to get kids outside and direct them to connect with our rivers. We have a great riparian area right along the River Center if you've ever had a chance to be there. So we're really enthusiastic about being able to continue our education and get kids active and get kids outside and connected to rivers.
Go ahead, George.
Yeah, so again, I'm sorry because I don't have access to my package. So what is your grant request and what's the total budget?
Absolutely. Let me just pull it up so you can see it. So this is the breakdown of the projects that we're asking for funding. The first one would be the augmented sand table, creating new curriculum and supplementing the actual purchase of the table itself. And then the on-site instruction at the River Center that I just spoke of. I'm going to go through this quickly because I just talked about this, and get down to the numbers. The interactive map and the education program booklet to help administrators and teachers do year-long year-long scheduling of programs, making sure they all align with standards and that we're teaching them in a spiraling format. Budget is here. Okay. So that's the breakdown of the cost for each program that we're looking for funding for, with the total cost being $29,000.
So is that the request from Healthy Rivers Stream, 29,000?
Yes.
So Megan, why don't you go to page 8? I think that kind of gives a summary of your whole education budget, which includes this as one fraction of it. Oh, we lost Megan. George, yeah, on page.
Well, I don't have a page. I don't have access to, but
no, I was going to say the number since we lost Megan. Their total budget is 123,000. 123,000 is the total budget, and 29,000 is the Healthy Rivers contribution to that.
Great, thanks. That's all I needed to know.
They have lots of different CWCB, thrift shop, City of Aspen, Rotary Club, lots individual donors and whatnot, lots of money coming from different places. Are you back, Megan?
I am. Sorry, it's really windy right now.
So I think we got the answer, Megan, that we need, that George needed. We need to be moving on. Any other questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Megan. And Lisa, we'll go on to the last one now.
Thank you.
Great. All right. The last applicant today is the town of Carbondale. They are seeking a $50,000 grant for the Riverfront Park Restoration Project planning and design. And I think we have Jay Harrington with the town, Eric Brendingler with the town, Heather Lewin with Roaring Fork Conservancy, and I think a few other team members might be joining in that I cannot see. So I will let, I think Jay is going to take over.
Yeah, I'll let Eric give a quick introduction, but we have Heather here, and we also have Jason from DHM as part of our team. So Eric will give a quick overview of the project, and then we can dive into questions, as this is a rather complex project. Eric?
Hello, everybody. I'm Eric Brendlinger, Parks and Rec Director for the town of Carbondale. This is a really exciting project. The Crystal River Restoration and Weaver Ditch Efficiency Project is its full name, quite a mouthful. But it's a half-mile stretch of river right in town here that's right adjacent to our Riverfront Park, a town-owned park, which is an 18-acre reach along that stretch of river. We hope this to be a pilot project. It was really born out of the 2016 Crystal River Management Plan that looked at the entire river, a science-based look at the entire river and the health of the entire river. And this section was, considered degraded and needed some restoration work on it. So what this project's really trying to do is balance the ecological integrity of the river with the utilitarian and historical human water needs also. But it's right next to a park too, so it's really a collaborative process and will provide some access to an enhanced river park experience for the town folk here. And also the location of it is close enough to 5 different schools that could walk through this project. So we really have a lot of different pieces flowing here. They're all coming together with this project, which is why I think it can be a pilot project in the long run and show how all those pieces can come together. The partners and stakeholders in this project have been the town of Carbondale, Roaring Fork Conservancy, Aspen Valley Land Trust, American Rivers, the Public Council of the Rockies, so a lot of stakeholders. We've contracted to this point with DHM, River Restoration, and Lodic Hydrological. We also had some input from RVR homeowners. This is in the RVR subdivision, the adjacent land. We've worked with the Audubon Society. They've done some great work down on this piece of property, and have identified 34 native breeding species of birds down there. So it's an amazing ecological resource. We worked with the Parks and Rec Commission too, and they were very interested on the park side on what was going to be happening in the town park. As far as the public outreach, draft designs were put up for public comment in April, May of 2019. Extensive outreach and public comments were documented during these meetings and used by the design team to shape kind of final preferred conceptual design. That was approved by the Town of Carbondale Board of Trustees back in August of 2019. And so, kind of the final design in that preferred design has a lot of neat things going on. It'll be an example, really, I think, of how a collaboration of conservation-minded interests can really invest some money and restore a piece of property and beautiful river property, and also the habitats of the riparian habitats of the river while also conducting in-channel work and improvements to a Weaver ditch diversion structure. So it's tying those two together. We have to get in the river and make sure this diversion structure is better for the river, and at the same time we can look at the stream and also the bank of the river and can complete all those with one fell swoop. So that's why I'm super excited about the project. I'll hand it over to the other partners here, and they can kind of cover some of the other details. But if you've never been down to this location, please take a walk down there. It is a gem. The river is beautiful. The views are of Sopris. It has a BECA, bald eagle closure area on it, December 1st through March 15th. So it is going to be preserved. We're not going to, build a park that is going to be overrun with people. It's going to be a very passive park, but a very educational and peaceful experience. So I'll let the other partners kind of talk about the other pieces of it.
And just to clarify, the funding that the town's requesting for the $50,000 is to help complete the planning and permitting side of it, not the construction. I know those were some of the comments which came through the Healthy Rivers Board. We're fairly confident that the funding availability for construction is actually much easier than the final permitting push that we have. So we've got numerous funding partners on the planning side. We're also starting to write the grants for the construction side, and we have this gap, which is why we came back and approached Healthy Rivers a second time on this. I don't know if Jason or Heather have anything else to add before we can answer questions.
I think if it's helpful, just to anticipate where George might ask here, it's a $242,000 project. And our ask is for $50,000. We currently have secured $182,000 of that 50, so we've got funding from a variety of sources, CWCB, the Basin Roundtable, Ski Coast Environment Foundation, Town of Carbondale's put in money, the Colorado Healthy Rivers Fund. So we've got a variety of funders that have partnered in already, and it does align with the implementation of the Crystal River Management Plan, with the Roaring Fork Watershed Plan, and along with the Colorado Basin Implementation Plan. So we're really excited about the potential of this project, and to have Carbondale step up as a leader in this forum is really exciting.
So questions from commissioners? I guess my question would be, this is the location of one of the holes in the river, or kind of the vicinity where a lot of the water's been taken out by irrigation, and right when it's getting close to this town park and the town of Carbondale. Does this study, or this all of this stuff you're working on, this project, does that address the shortage of water in that stretch of the river?
The design is to accommodate low flows in that area as much as possible, but there's not a component which automatically puts water back in the river. The concept we have is to eventually automate the Weaver headgate and have that adjust with demands, and have that being a demonstration for other ag users upstream. There's some pretty sophisticated systems for large irrigation systems up, but not really the smaller size. So this rebuilds the headgate, changes the river diversion for the Weaver, and then the next phase of the project, which was of real interest to the Healthy Rivers Board, was that automation side of the headgate. But there's not a necessary component which says there's more water automatic in the river as part of the project.
Craig?
Yeah, thanks. Regarding this one, I know Bill Yoakum's had a concern about it, which he expressed to me. One, that the 50,000 may go toward planning, but we may never really see. How confident are you that we're actually going to see this carried to completion? It brings up the idea that maybe we can be the first ones in and making a commitment with the matching grant fund, but we don't want to be the that maybe we're the last ones to add the money when we're doing these things. We want to inspire others to be involved and to participate in the grant to help make things like this happen. But also we want to make sure that the project actually gets completed. So I think there was a question from Bill, and maybe Bill, you want to articulate it better than I'm paraphrasing what I thought you said. It's just that we're concerned that we can put this much money into it, we can plan something, but are we actually going to see something from it? And I think you mentioned it, but if anyone else wants to convince us or give us more evidence that it's going to happen, I think that would be useful. I see Bill's got his hand up.
Go ahead, Bill.
Well, my concern was not really that there would be a failure to obtain the funds. My big concern was that there's a delay in the Weaver Ditch project. And the Weaver Ditch project, I thought, was such a wonderful thing to help us with our first listed goal, the maintenance and improvement of water quality and quantity. We have so few opportunities to actually do something along those lines. And the automation of the Weaver Ditch could serve as was explained, as a great example throughout the watershed of give us knowledge that nobody has today. And so while today many irrigators are just opening their head gates and run them full all year long, if we can show that there's another way to do it, that would be wonderful. And so my concern was to hold off on that project until this $1 million plus park is built was a great concern of mine. I'd like to see the Weaver Ditch thing get isolated out of the park so that it can proceed on its own schedule.
So I'll try to address that. One of the reasons why the automation is a little bit of a standalone project is the need to get the in-river work done and the headgate restored as part of this project. That's not to say that there's not a commitment to get the Weaver Ditch done. There's been quite a bit of engineering and surveying already done to put that in place. And I understand the concerns on the park side. This all wraps together for that project: park, riverbank, in-river work, and then the ditch could run parallel. I mean, I think our board has a commitment to try to do a demonstration project of how to get a more efficient ditch system. It's just that this funding is not for that final design of that automation. It lays the groundwork for it. So I can't give an exact time frame. We have to get the diversion in the river right before we get the headgate to work automatically. But a lot of the study with the help of Healthy Rivers is already done on survey points to automate the ditch. So it's kind of a parallel process. And there's other pieces of the Weaver Ditch enhancement project which we've been doing on our own. We just did some major road crossing upgrades throughout town, about $30,000 worth of investment in ditch efficiencies where they go under some of the streets in town. Some of those were on the Weaver Ditch a couple months ago. So each year we're trying to improve that efficiency. Weaver just makes a lot of sense because we control the majority of the water in it and can make that as kind of our first effort for automation.
Okay, any further board discussion right now? Don't see any. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Heather, for your presentation on that.
Great. Thank you for your consideration.
You bet. And Lisa, take it back to you. I do notice that there's one other request that's not on this, that it's for the $10,000 for the 2020 Youth Water Leadership Summit. And could you explain that?
Yeah, you bet. Sarah Johnson is on the call with us today. This isn't a grant request. As you know, the the River Board and the BOCC through the grant process, or through the our budget process, appropriated $40,000 for the youth water leadership program in 2020. I think with the COVID crisis, Sarah has lost some of her funding, and she came to the River Board seeking an additional $10,000 for the program. So the River Board unanimously voted to approve an additional $10,000 for the summit, and I'll let Sarah hop on and take it from there.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see some familiar faces. Yeah, so this project is 4 years in running, and thanks to the Pitkin County and the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund for hiring Wild Rose Education to make this program happen as a contract. And so the contract was in March, was approved, like maybe it was the first week of March or I don't know what it was. Maybe it was in February, was approved for $40,000, but there was an understanding that the board asks me to go find additional sponsors, even though it's a contract with an independent contractor, me. And so all the funders who I had communications with and finalized everything with before March 10th all said yes, and those who their processes were more like in April and early May, there was a very different conversation because of COVID. So in order to keep the program moving full forward, just trying to meet that budget shortfall. Also, the total budget did decrease by a little bit, but not a ton. It's still when you have to reinvent and recreate and turn things inside out and upside down to make them all go virtual, it takes a tremendous amount of time. But to do it well, that's what it takes. And the program is moving forward. And with this going virtual world, it's really exciting because we can now incorporate students who live in Durango and in Steamboat Springs and across the entire Upper Colorado River Basin. And we can also incorporate students who may be part of a club or a homeschool group, or maybe they're just highly motivated kids that want to play, that want to participate. And so I think that's really exciting, and that's an added silver lining to something that could have been the opposite. And so that's where we're at. And so I was just reading the governor's recommendations for live events, and it just makes me feel better to know that I'm making decisions based on, this guidance, that there's no reason to even pretend that any of this is going to be in person. And so I'm just not wasting the time it would take to go forward and then have to make another decision. And so we're just going virtual. It's just the way it's going to be. And that's what the governor's guidance that came out yesterday or today or whenever it was, basically said you can't have more than 50 people in the Third Street Center's in the big community room. That's what it boils down to. And the Third Street Center is not allowing any kind of gatherings of any sort like that. So that's the plan. I'm excited to be able to reach the Navajo Reservation, people in Moab, and like I said, all the way up to Rocky Mountain National Park with whole Upper Colorado Basin. So we'll see what happens. It's pretty exciting.
So Sarah, with going all virtual, will you be able to do things much less expensively, or does that actually add expense that you have to get materials to the people, to the students all across various locations?
Yeah, some yes and no and yes. Some of the program, so the cost of actually being in person here in the Roaring Fork Valley in the Third Street Center are extremely low. We're talking like $100 or $150 to use the space for the day. And so we obviously won't be feeding people, but and that's maybe about $1,000 total by the time you add it all up. So So the expenses of the physical expenses going away don't make that much of a significant difference to the budget. But what does change is, like I said, the amount of time it takes to spend with all these kids virtually and having the platforms, being able to have the Zoom account and the online learning module platforms, and having some really effective teaching tools. And then I'm not exactly sure, haven't figured it out. It's a constant evolution of figuring out, but how to get all these kids to make videos of their presentations and then being able to share their calls to action with policymakers. That there may be some added technology costs there that it'll be within the budget that we have. So, yeah.
I don't know if Steve can see me.
Patty, go ahead.
Yeah. Hi. So since I think, participated, Sarah, in the last 4 of these conferences at some level, it's great. I'm going to really miss not being able to go and have all the kids in the room, because that's where you get passionate and, excited about what's going on, the education, and just watching them in action, and physically being in the room with them. But I would have to ask, I'm supportive of this, moving it forward and whatever we need to get it done. But I think once you get your whole virtual plan lined up, I would reach back out to those other sponsors and say, okay, I know you had concerns about whether we could pull this off. This is how we're doing it, and just see if you can spark that interest again. I bet you can. I bet once people see that you've actually done it, what you said you were going to do, you might be able to rally some of those people coming back to the table. But in the meantime, again, this is a way we're going to have to look at educating our kids for this next year, if not longer, and I think we need to be supportive of that. So thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Patty. And I will say, to clarify, the other funders were like the city of Glenwood Springs, and their funding stream, they decided to fund all these like health and human services things instead of this education event or program. And I can totally understand that in the light of a pandemic. Or like the Aspen Thrift Shop just kind of shut down all their granting.
Well, they don't have any money right
until
now.
They can open again. Yeah, so it had nothing to do with going virtual. It had all to do with the other needs of the other grant requests, and kind of the higher priorities in their perspective, and I would say pressing needs in the moment. And so that's the feedback I've received, just to be really clear.
Well, then I can understand that, because we're facing those same things, but we're also seeing some changes in some maybe small amount of revenue, or that's coming back in. So I just keep in touch. I know the thrift shop probably won't be open. We don't even know when, but so I can understand that. But I think maybe just keep in touch and let them know that you're still looking for funding opportunities. You understand their circumstances, but especially when we look at trying to educate our kids online, we need the support of the community to help us out with that. So just a thought, what we can do to
thank you for that.
Help you with
that. I'll do that. That's a great suggestion.
One more thing to put on your plate.
Oh, bring it on. I'm ready.
Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, thank you very much, Sarah.
Thank you for shifting a little bit of the order for me to be able to join you.
And to get back to Lisa, do you have anything else
Great.
on? We're really at the end of our allotted time here,
Right.
and we've already done some of our later things on the agenda have already been done, so we're not caught in a real serious bind here on time. I know we have to spend a little more time now.
Right. I just wanted to let you know Jayla's still on the line in case you had any questions about the Water Education Colorado $5,000 request that the River Board approved earlier this year. 5,000 and under does not need BOCC authorization, but we like to bring it quarterly to you. And Jayla was gracious enough to hang on in case anybody had any questions on that one.
Hey, Steve, you're muted. I think you were telling me I could go. I'll make sure. I just wanted to say I really appreciate what the Water Education Foundation is doing, and Water Education Colorado. Oh no, I've already forgotten the new name. But anyway, I do appreciate it. I've participated over the years, and I think it's really a valuable, worthwhile service. And so I certainly support what you're doing and support the funding requests. And I think I would support all of these requests. I think it's important to me that we trust in our Healthy Rivers Board and the decisions they've made and the recommendations they're making. I know they spend a lot of time on it, and I want to back them up in their decision making. I think it's all sound reasoning, and I like seeing all of this going forward.
Thanks for your support, Greg.
Okay. George, go ahead.
So what I like about most of these requests is we're looking at projects, we're looking at educational opportunities from kids to adults, because I know in the past, maybe someone from Healthy Rivers and Streams can pipe in. In the past, we've just spent a lot of these dollars just on studies, and we probably have thousands and thousands of pages of studies that we've helped fund. But to see some actual projects get completed, to see some really educational opportunities for our current and future generations, I think that's really important. And I also, because as I asked on each of the applicants, what the request of the Healthy Rivers and Stream was and what their total budget is. And I see for all of them except for one that there is multiple funders, multiple sponsors, and we're not asking to fund and support the entire project. And it's something for the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board to think about, along with Kelly's earlier remarks, in terms of how these grant requests address the Roaring Fork Water Plan and the Crystal River Water Plan as part of that. And also, when we look at scoring, where are the matching funds? What other sponsors are participating in these grant requests? And I think that's critical. I think that's critical when we look at, it's certainly a criteria we use for Healthy Rivers and our Healthy Community Fund. We usually just have a percentage of those, and that enables them to be able to carry on their programs, but also enables them to go out and secure additional funds because they know that Pickens County is supporting them. And so I think that's a critical part. And I'm not seeing that in the American Rivers request, frankly. What I'm seeing is that it's an opportunity for American Rivers to do, a valuable project, but coming to Healthy Rivers and Streams to fund the entire project, to pay for staff and to pay for a contractor. And I would rather fund that at a lower level and incentivize American Rivers and Streams to go out and find some matching funds. And so for American Rivers and Streams, I would look at a $10,000 grant. They said that they have about $2,000 available in addition from the foundation, so they'd have to just go out and raise about $7,000. And I think that's reasonable. So those are my comments.
Patty.
Yeah, I understand George's concerns, and this financial situations have changed because of COVID. So I think opportunities to actually reach out to other entities for matching funds is a little more difficult this time around. I think the information, because it's in the Crystal, and because it's in the Crystal River Valley, and because we're looking at recreational impacts along the Crystal River Valley between the bike path and other recreational uses, I think that information garnered from this this report will be beneficial to the overall picture, because I think we have to take water users, recreational water users, and the impacts, the positive, the negatives, or whatever, as to how it affects recreational use of the Crystal River Valley. So I think it's appropriate, but then again, I'm going to go back to George's. I do understand George's, and I want to encourage American Whitewater to actually, continue to look at funding opportunities and maybe not have to take the full $19,335 grant. But I'm going to support the rest of the request along with the American Whitewater request.
I think I'm up, so I'm going to jump in. I support Georgia's proposal. I do think that, you know, not just for the concerns he raised, but one concern I have is that the entire annual allotment of grant money is not the entire 75%, or a big chunk of it, 2/3 of it, are being taken up by this round of requests. So it doesn't leave a ton of cushion for good requests that could come in the fall round of applications. So I do have some concerns about padding that opportunity a little bit more. I do want to reiterate, you know, my desire to see some more strategic approach to how we're funding things. And I don't know whether that be, you know, if Healthy Rivers and Streams sort of hones in on a single project or a type of project, such as what Bill was talking about with headgate automation, and put out an RFP for that and see if there's any kind of bite that we get for willing and interested parties who want funding to do a project that we see as strategically aligning our goals. You know, that's a bigger policy ask there related to these funding requests, but I continue to hope to see more of that in these grant application rounds. Thanks.
So I'd like to be a devil's advocate on the position that George put forward. The American Rivers obviously has a much larger budget than just this grant request for their total operations. And we would actually, I think, be benefiting from the previous studies that American Rivers has done. They have a level of expertise in doing this kind of study, which actually makes it more efficient. They have this expertise that they have built up. So we're benefiting from previous work that they've done in other parts of the state and the country that other people paid for. And we are being the beneficiaries of that now, the way I see it. And maybe Kestrel could talk a little bit about that. Also, what is the entire budget from American Whitewater, and in terms of doing projects, educational stuff, various segments that you work in?
Thanks for that. I unfortunately do not have those specific overall budget breakdowns for our different sectors. We do work around the country, and then we do work regionally as well. So off the top of my head, sorry, I don't have numbers for exactly how much we put towards education in general. But I should clarify, and I do apologize, my colleague Hattie Johnson put this proposal together, and she is currently on maternity leave. And so I think there may be some other pieces that would be worth clarifying with the budget as well. I do know that we were hoping to apply for CWCB funds for the August 1st deadline to fill out some additional funding related to this project, but outside of the $19,000 price point there. And then we do have the $2,000 from the Walton Family Foundation to use as well. But the proposal to the county commissioners today is for the $19,355 with additional money from the $2,000 from Walton and from potentially funds from CWCB later this summer.
So I personally would support the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board recommendation and urge American Whitewater to try to seek that funding, CWCB or whatever other sources you might possibly have to kind of flesh out the project. The water is so important here in the Roaring Fork watershed, and I think the study that you are working on would be an extremely valuable tool that we could make really good use of going into the future. Other board considerations? Everybody's quiet. So, let's see.
Well, Steve, I think I'm seeing a majority who want to move forward with all the grant requests, and so I think that's the direction we need to give to Lisa at this time. And I think she's got some items to be further followed up on, as do some of the applicants, so I think we're good to go on this.
Okay, I feel the same way. And also I think that we need, going into the future, Lisa, I think it would be important, and maybe it already is, you already have the applicants do the budgets, but I think it would be important going into the future that the applicants realize they need to line up some other funding and not rely solely on the Pickens County taxpayers to pay for what they're asking for.
Okay, we could just talk in signs here. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I certainly support going forward with these. I do like the idea of making people aware, perhaps just as a policy with Healthy Rivers, that we are a great funding source for a lot of these things, and we're pretty supportive of a lot of great things. It'd be great to be the last one to actually put the money in. You know, we can make the grant and challenge people to participate and match us. Maybe just as a way of doing business going forward. You know, we know the request might be for 100,000, or for instance, we put in X and say we're going to put in our bit after the rest is raised. That just may be a way of challenging others to participate, but also inspiring them. Just a thought, for a suggestion. I think that's doable. It certainly works in other realms of nonprofit development, and maybe it would work here as well. So people have the confidence to know that we're behind them, but we don't want to be the first and only ones in. And I think that makes a lot of donors feel nervous if they think they're the only ones participating. I had another point, but I've forgotten what it was. Oh, I guess the point is, you know, now that we have this unfortunate situation where we are having to work remotely, I have one device that has my Zoom meeting on it, and I have another one here that has my agenda and my packet and everything on it. So I can use two screens. One of them doesn't even have to be online. So I think that George and Patty, you know, if you can't see the document, maybe we can ask the county, ask Charlotte to get you a second screen or something, if that's what it takes. But it's completely, it's something that we can handle. It's a technological issue that we can surmount. You know, I'm embarrassed to say I've got 4 screens in front of me, which is at times it's too many. But the fact is, I can access the information when I need it. I might be looking around a lot of different places, but I'm hearing it and I'm participating in that way. So I want to encourage you all that it is possible to see the agenda and look at the packet while participating.
Greg, I want to take exception to that. I come in on my own time, usually on the weekend, and I print out parts of the packet that I want to have in front of me. The other ones I read online. I do have 2 screens upstairs, but when I sit here, I don't have a screen in front of me because I have what I need. So just so you know, and you can also pull it up on your phone during a meeting and pull up the agenda online. So I just want you to know that I figured it out, believe it or not, technology-wise.
Okay, Lisa, I think we have direction here, and this will be coming back to us in a regular meeting.
Thanks, Lisa.
Where we could make further comments.
No, we won't come back in a regular meeting. This has all been appropriated in the 2020 budget, so
Okay.
yep, I think we're all set.
Okay, got it.
Great.
Okay,
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you all the applicants for sitting in with us. It's great to see everybody's faces since we don't get to see people very often. Thank you. So, board.
Thank you so much.
Let's see.
If it's okay, I might put my email in the chat. And so if anybody else has questions from the county commissioners, you could send me an email if you want to follow up on the budget or anything like that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jessica.
Thanks, Castro.
Okay, and thank you, our board members too. Bill's still on there. Not sure who else at this point. Everybody's dropping off. So we're going to take a 5-minute, let's see, what do we have? Let's do a 5-minute break because we have guests coming on the buttermilk discussion in 5 minutes. So 5-minute break, grassroots, then we'll be back.
That doesn't give me time to run across the street and get something to eat.
We're live, Steve.
Okay. All right, welcome back, everybody. Now we're going to have a discussion on the Buttermilk Drive-In. And Suzanne Wolf, will you take it away, please?
Thanks, Steve. Suzanne Wolf with Community Development. So we've received a special event application from Aspen Ski Co. To have drive-in events at Buttermilk this summer. They're asking for a permit that would last through the summer so they could have events basically July, August, and into September. They have come up with a plan to accommodate vehicles for the drive-in. They're looking to have public and private events, all of which would be managed by the ski company. I've got a couple of graphics just quickly so we're all sort of speaking the same language in terms of the parking lot. So let's see, the first is just, our maps and more showing you the parking lots. And you can see the blue property is the county-owned property. Lot 3 being the one closest to the highway, Lot 4, farther from the highway, and then the lots basically to the south side of this graphic are the Buttermilk parking lots. Just a reminder, I guess, on the county lots. In the summertime, those lots are managed by the city of Aspen. We did set up a program for them to manage those lots and generate some revenue from the lots. The very front portion of Lot 3 closest to the highway is used for commuters. The back, say, 2/3 of that lot are used for paid overnight parking. And then Lot 4, most of it is available for people to lease space for construction staging, so to allow for bigger trucks. And then there's a small portion of that in the back to allow for trailhead parking for Sky Mountain Park and Buttermilk. You do pull up that next graphic. So then maybe if you can zoom in, maybe you can see where all the little cars are parked. That might make it more clear for everyone to see. So this shows their proposal. So the cars basically, what you're seeing as cars that's what I just showed as Lot 3. They're looking to be able to accommodate about 150 cars in that area. And then the red rectangle in the middle there would be a stage where they could have movies. They've been talking to lots of the organizations in the Valley. Again, Derek can jump in, but Aspen Santa Fe Ballet, Jazz Aspen, people just looking to have a place to hold, have events. So at this point, Ski Company is planning just movie nights, but they're also talking to other entities. I will let Derek also speak to, it sounds like maybe a newer iteration of this site map would allow for some additional parking for events in that Lot 4 as part of where right now it just says daily commuter use. They're asking for a portion of that area. I guess the important note there is that it is the county lot, and the ski company does need authorization from the county to utilize those areas. We've talked a little bit about how if they were to use it, say, on Friday and Saturday nights, how, say, construction parking could be accommodated in the Buttermilk in the Buttermilk lots, that we could kind of work out how that could still be accommodated if people were needing space for the construction staging that had been anticipated. The use of the commuter lots, again, is an additional use, and again, maybe Derek can speak to that a little bit. So one piece, obviously, is the use of the county lot. The second piece is just getting the special event permit, which is our normal, activity of running it through the referrals and getting all the comments and making sure we have conditions. And then our new piece to this is the public health orders. I just saw this morning the latest draft guidance for drive-in events. And that would put a maximum of 500 people. I think the application had asked for 600, so that would be a limitation based on that. and then provides guidance for how much space per parking, how much the alleyways in between, the travel lanes, all of that information. So, and as I read it, and again, maybe I don't know if John's seen it, he may be able to help us as well. There's no maximum number of vehicles proposed in the order. It's all about if you can accommodate the distancing. So again, I think that's it for sort of my quick version. If you have
Steve,
questions.
I have a question. Steve?
Okay, let's have Patty, and then we'll go to George.
Is there any issues with the condemnation of this area from Stapleton's as far as the use of these parking lots for drive-in events? Remember, we have some specifications as to recreational access use. It's very limited. So I think we need to have the legal advice on that to see whether or not we're violating those terms. I think it's a great idea. I think I'd like to see us be able to work something out. I'm concerned if I'm in my little sports car and I get the back row and there's 4 SUVs in front of me, how am I going to see the venue? Am I going to be on the roof of my car? Am I going to be wandering around? I think we're going to have issues with social distancing, public safety. You know how people get, if you can sneak to the front of the line, to be up front with Sting, you're going to sneak to the front of the line. So I think we need to really look at those social distancing, the public health mandates. Restrooms, I think, will need to be brought up. I mean, because, I'm not asking for a snack bar, but we're going to have those things accommodated. And looking at the stacking of those vehicles, if we have an emergency and have to get those vehicles out of there, we need to have some kind of emergency evac plan to get those cars out of there. If something was to come up and we needed to evacuate that parking lot, that's a lot of people to move quickly, a lot of vehicles. But I really think the fact are people going to be asked to stay in their cars. How are they going to, be part of the venue? How are they going to, I think there's a noise issue, and we need to have input from West Buttermilk. I'm sorry, but we know that those residents up there have issues with activities that take place at Buttermilk, at the base of Buttermilk. But I think there's things we can work out. I think we just need to work out those details and see where we get and where we can go.
Okay, George?
Thank you. I have similar concerns with Patty, but lot 4, the commuter lot, isn't that restricted? It wasn't CDOT. Wasn't there CDOT monies that were appropriated for that specifically as a commuter lot, and we could not be utilizing it for other uses? At least, do we know that? Or it's just a certain amount of spaces in that lot?
Yeah, we actually partnered with SKICO on funding that, if I recall correctly, George, with the idea of commuter. But we can go back and include that question with the one that Patty raised. I know when we've talked about alternative uses in the past, there's a certain amount of time that's passed, and there is some more flexibility. We've certainly used this property for what it was intended for when we originally acquired it.
Just to make sure we're.
But we can double check that with the attorney's office.
Yeah, and then back to sort of the public health orders. I know that it was, John, as you know, you had a very successful high school graduation out there. Mm-hmm. But I suspect most of those cars were family members, and I'm not sure if you get 150 cars going into an event, whether it's a movie or whether it's a fundraiser by a nonprofit, how that's going to impact social distancing. And then, of course, as Patty said, we're always concerned about the duration of the events in terms of nighttime, not only noise but lights, and certainly having a lot of cars exit at the end of the event back on the 82. So there's a bunch of questions that have to be answered, I think.
Yeah, so just briefly on the public health component of this, staff has been working on guidelines specific to drive-up events. From a public health perspective, these are actually easier to manage, and you have folks in isolated areas, being their vehicles. The difficulty, as already been mentioned, is when people come out of the cars, if they have to go to the bathroom and such, how that's being managed. That was, I think, a successful experiment. Frankly, at the graduation, there was good management of the lines and restroom facilities and distancing. I imagine our representative from SKICO will be able to address that. Our variance that we got does allow for this type of gathering, but it will require an amendment to the county's current public health order because there is not an allowance for this type of drive-in gathering. The high school graduation was conducted under requirement, or not requirements, but basically an exception that is granted by the state specifically for graduations.
I think we need to be worried about people getting out of their vehicles, not necessarily to go to the restroom, just to get out of their vehicles.
And so that's something I'm sure that's something that will be addressed both in our guidelines and requirements, and would have to be addressed by the applicant in the plans.
So I think we're all looking at Derek now.
Kelly?
Yeah, thank you. I think that there's a real fatigue and just disaffection with what the COVID shutdowns have meant for people. And I think opportunities like this that let us come back together and be together in a community way while still maintaining our safety, while promoting events outdoors, should be encouraged. And I encourage it because I continue to worry about just the drag that this is having on folks as it goes on, and what that does just for our expectation for continued compliance. And so I think we need to be creative in how we can allow for just a sense of more normal activity and a coming together with neighbors. And these are type of events that will allow us to do that. I do want to hear more about the types of events that are being contemplated, and when and how often and how late they stretch into the evening, and just some of those concerns that we ordinarily would have around other events proposed for Buttermilk.
My concern I would like to have answered, and I hope that Derek can answer a lot of these today perhaps. My concern is with the staging area of construction vehicles that we were using this before for last summer, and also long-term storage facilities. This would ace those things out, it looks like to me, unless things are removed in the evening when these programs would most likely be going on. So we need to have another area for like construction vehicle staging provided, and that should be part of the proposal too. Craig?
Yeah, as Derek knows, and you probably all know, I'm very enthusiastic about this. I'm a big proponent. I think, first of all, our community needs to be nimble enough to respond to the pandemic and the economic fallout from it. And this is one safe way to do it. Communities across the globe are doing drive-in events and drive-in theaters and concerts and performances, and they're doing it successfully. So we're not really reinventing the wheel. We're not going out on a limb here. This is something that's being done all over the country. And I think it really, as Kelly points out, will go a long way to invigorate the community. We want to give the public something to look forward to in a series of safe events. And this perhaps is the easiest no-brainer, in my opinion, although there are details, as everyone points out. In other places, people are doing this with takeout and delivery food services. The bathroom thing needs to be sorted out. Maybe, I'm sure you guys have been thinking about that. I won't go into it, but pause. Maybe you just have to hold it for a couple hours. The big cars in the back, smaller in the front. Maybe that'll encourage people to bring smaller cars, or at least maybe the spaces are marked and you get a ticket based on the size of your car. Access, emergency egress. This is a parking lot that's been used with the X Games and with buttermilk skiing every day. I don't think it's going to be too difficult to figure out how to get cars in and out of this lot. Of course, it'll need traffic control if everybody's coming and going at the same time, but I think it's doable. The West Buttermilk homeowners, I think, hopefully won't be too affected, but yeah, they need to be asked. A curfew, a duration, it can't go all night, of course. Certainly can't go as long as the X Games go, right? Traffic control. And then the last thing I'd say is just I'd like to hear from Derek what his ideas are. They open suggestions? I know various groups are probably going to be very interested in trying to put something on here, whether it's a theatrical performance or a jazz concert or a movie or whatever. Will this venue be open and available to the community to make some suggestions on what could happen there? Because I can think of something on July 3rd that would be a great event to have there if the date's open. And then finally, if we do this right, I know Snowmass is talking about doing drive-in events. You know, I would love to see this happen maybe at Two Creeks as well or elsewhere. You know, this may be where we have our large, safe venues. So if we can get this one right, maybe it's a model for other locations. Thanks.
So I'm thinking maybe, let's see, Derek, are you prepared to respond to some of our questions and concerns? And
yeah,
maybe, I don't know if you have any more slides you want to show us too.
I can. Yeah, I made a little bit of a list, and I'll probably forget some things along the way. So let me just go through a few things that I've got prepared. I think it should answer a lot of your questions. Is it possible for me to share get control of the share screen? Can someone set that up?
Yep.
Great, thank you. So I'll start with this. This is a cool photo that was taken during the high school graduation ceremony that was referenced. It was taken from the top of the ladder of the fire truck. And you can start to get an idea of what that grid pattern that was shown on the map looks like in reality. And so to start to kind of check some of the answers to some of the questions that were asked, you'll see here each individual car is spaced out in what we refer to as a checkerboard pattern. And it allowed for an area for the families or groups that arrive in that car to stay within a roped off area. So you'll see that we have all these dividers in between each parking space and rope that allows them to exit if there's an emergency. We do have lanes and space available for that and a plan to get cars out of there in a safe way. But it also provides a distance space between each vehicle for people to sit outside their vehicle and watch. As you can see here, we do have a number of SUVs in the front and small convertibles in the back. The one thing that we were cognizant of and we made a rule on height of the vehicles, so the Sprinter vans and the things like that would really block the view were not allowed. We did have one, and it was parked kind of on the edge of the lot.
The fire lane.
As far as numbers go, you can see we allowed space for the graduates to sit down in here. This would not be necessary, so we gain room for cars. And just in terms of scope, so you have an idea on count, this is showing 138 cars in this lot that were parked on that day. The grid pattern does allow for this staggering of the vehicles. So even if you have a bigger vehicle in the front, you'll see there's not only is there a lane, but the sitting area is set to the side of the vehicle in front of it. So you actually are able to retain quite a good view of the stage, even if you're, sitting outside your vehicle in the back. I think our goal with this, in terms of objectives has really been talked about, but, we really want to utilize the largest space in the county to find an opportunity to bring people together. We agree there's all sorts of fatigue of people wanting to do stuff. We think it's a great chance to get people together in a safe way that adhere to the guidelines and follow the public health order, and foster community collaboration in a way that has never been done before. We've heard from organizations ranging from, Crossroads Church to a lot of the ones that have been mentioned, to private event promoters, to nonprofits.
I didn't plan this.
Did we lose everyone or just Derek?
So, let's see, maybe we could be talking.
Oh, he's back.
He's back.
Did I freeze?
Yeah. You're back.
Sorry. Where did I
We
cut
lost
off?
you at about event promoters. You said Crossroads Church, event.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, we've heard from everyone from Crossroads Church to private event promoters to, nonprofits that want to do a fundraiser, plus nonprofits that just want to be able to find a way to continue the program that they had that was canceled. We learned a lot and took a lot away from graduation. The use of this space we really view as a collaborative way to allow as many organizations, and our goal with the stage and the screen and the truss is to set it up in a way so it's scalable and as many organizations can use it as possible. So, there would be the use of an FM transmitter, so the audio would go directly to people's cars. In this photo, you see the audio speakers hanging. I don't know if you can see my pointer, but there were quite large speakers out there for graduation. For a lot of events, that would not be necessary at all. It would literally just be transmitted via FM transmitter to each vehicle. A concert, for example, may want to have this, or their performance may need to have that. But our focus is really to set this up so there's a system in place for us to be able to use our traffic management experience, our use of the lot experience, and our ability to kind of connect throughout the community to have all sorts of different types of programs. From a financial standpoint, we've built this out so if we do a movie a week or something like that, that's enough of a quote unquote anchor tenant to at least cover the overhead costs of the infrastructure to allow some of these other events to happen. So we would kind of commit to doing that just to make sure that the cost of having the stage and the infrastructure and we have to buy a lot of traffic management material. Those costs could get covered in some way. And then organizations, if it's a church and they need a simple setup and they're only going to have 50 cars, then that would be a very easy way to do it. And so we would have a scalable approach to using the lot based on the number of cars that would be attending the event. I know there were some questions about restrooms, and John mentioned that, his experience was that it worked pretty well during graduation. And we would use that similar template. We put in one-way signage, which kind of follows the public guidelines of getting people to go to on dedicated 6-foot spaced one-way avenues to get to the bathroom. There would be controls put on the number of people allowed in the bathrooms at any one given time, and the bump bathrooms would be the ones that would utilize for this, and we would have staff in for cleaning them based on the number of people or the number of cars that are there attending that event. As far as the traffic plan, and we would use something similar to what we used at graduation. So graduation, we knew who all was coming, and we had them separated alphabetically. They were assigned arrival times. So each group within it was given a 10 or 15 minute window at which they were meant to show up. And so we would use that in the pre-ticketing process, which is laid out in the public health guidelines. So, if there would be a requirement for ticketing in advance, there would be you can't drive up and just pay. You have to register buy ticket online in advance of it. And then we would then be able to manage an arrival time based on each of those tickets. So that would mitigate the traffic. and arrivals stagger to make sure that that it was all safe and we didn't have any impact on Owl Creek Road or Highway 82. Here in this picture, you see an LED board. As the school learned, some of the AV equipment is very expensive. This was a very expensive endeavor to set this up. And our focus would be to use a projection system. So you would see a big screen hung off of this truss, and that would be projected. There are advantages and disadvantages to this. And one of the main advantages to it, it allows us to be flexible and not have this very expensive screen. And we would be able to get that screen to be, 40 feet wide, so the experience would be quite good. It does have to be dark for that, and as most of you know, it doesn't get dark here until 9 o'clock at night. So in order for movies to run, they would probably need to run. I know this was a question in terms of timing and impact on our home. Movies wouldn't really be able to start until dark, which means that if you've got an hour and a half or a 2-hour feature, you could see that going until 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night. The one advantage to it is the only light associated with it is that light that's being shown directly just at that screen. And again, there would be no audio impact, pumping bass or anything like that, because all the audio is just being transmitted directly to the cars. So that really shouldn't be much of a concern. And as far as how we would foster the calendar, I know Greg asked some questions about that, and we've kind of taken a slow approach with a lot of the people that have been asking us, and we've probably been asked by at least a dozen different entities if they can work with us to schedule something there. Our feeling is that with our operating experience in managing this lot, then we would be able to kind of start to take dates that organizations want and let them utilize the lot for those programs. And I know Jazz is keen. Jazz Aspen Stomas is keen to have some stuff in there, and there's a number of other entities that have expressed interest. The ballet was mentioned, the church. There's a bunch of others, but you get the idea. As far as construction vehicles in it, I do have another. Switch it to the map, but the plot here, you see, there was some ongoing discussion in terms of safety, number of cars, lanes, and so there was discussion, as was mentioned, of using this little bit of lot 4 that is the daily commuter lot. It's really just enough to park 2 rows deep. As far as the construction equipment goes, we have space in lot 2, which is this lot here that you see says skier parking. And so lot 2 could allocate the space for those construction vehicles that would then be displaced out of this lot. There are a lot of days where lot 3, where the primary venue for this, would be able to be used for the construction vehicles as long as they're not left overnight, and we would be able to help facilitate and manage that process through those entities that have reserved that parking and staging space for construction vehicles. So we're confident we can manage that. That was a lot of info. I don't know if that helps with most of the questions or if anyone has stuff that I left off. I tried to address as much as possible.
Steve?
Patty?
Yeah, I'm supportive of this. I think you guys can work out all the questions and situations and concerns. I think the overnight, we do have a lot, I believe we have some use of that lot for overnight construction staging, so we'd have to plan ahead just to have them park somewhere else. I would eliminate, right for now, the use of those other spaces in the commuter lot section, because I think the guy on the far end there is going to be really mad because he's not going to have a good viewplane of the stage. But I think that just adds more. I think the fact you can add parking to where the graduates sat for graduation, and the staggered parking and the distance between cars makes great sense. I think the staggering of people arriving makes great sense. I don't know how you can stagger departures or an emergency, but I think that can be addressed through our emergency management department and public safety, because I know they'll have to be brought in. So I think we need to move forward with it and just see where it goes and how we can accommodate the use and uses. And if situation comes up where you need to come back to us for some guidance, I think we'll be here for you.
Great, thank
Thanks,
you.
Derek.
You know, I'll just say, I don't think I really realized how much I've been missing all of our community events and like summer parties until I started hearing what was possible. And I'm excited, and, you know, I hope we can help expedite this. So if you can just talk about what a timeline might look like, and, you know, anything we can do to move this along safely.
Yeah, as far as timeline goes, you know, we've been working with Bob and the Public Health Board, and there's a draft review of operating guidelines that we commented on today. Our understanding is that they'll be issued tomorrow or Friday, and then those would go into effect as part of the health order on next Friday. So, you know, our hope is that by, you know, July 1st, even maybe a couple days prior, we could potentially see our first movie out there. And then we're really just going to try and build and see how it works. And we work very closely with Snowmass Tourism and their team. We actually work as a contractor to manage some of the operations behind their events. And so we're in daily dialogue with them to make sure that, one, we're not conflicting with them, and what we're doing is kind of complementing what they're doing in Snowmass. So, yeah, I mean, hopefully that answers a little bit of the timeline, and John or Bob would be able to correct me if I'm wrong on my understanding of the process on the public health order and implementation of the guidelines for the drive-in.
Yeah, and there's a Board of Health meeting on Thursday where I think some of the public health order pieces will be discussed.
Yeah, let's put that on the agenda for sure, since we don't have an agenda yet.
Am I on, Steve?
Yeah, go ahead, George.
Oh, thanks. My only question would be, are we going to limit the number of events per week and per night? I think you could get carried away with the request, and you could have an event every night there at the Buttermilk parking lot, and I'm not sure people are going to be happy about that who are in that area. So who controls that, the number of events? I mean, is that going to be part of our roles, Suzanne, in terms of allowing X amount of events and for ending at what hour? And because, as you said, Derek, if the movie ends at 11, then you have the traffic trying to exit probably for at least another half hour, 45 minutes. So,
you want me to jump in, Steve? George, yeah, I mean, we're certainly looking for your direction on that. I mean, right now, you know, SKICO's request is, you know, somewhat open-ended because they don't know. Obviously, they haven't booked a bunch of things yet. But we have not, I mean, we've referred it out to Buttermilk. I don't know that we've received, you know, any comments back yet. So right, again, there isn't anything from our end that would set a limit, a strict limit. I think we're looking for, right, your comfort level on that.
Greg?
I'd be in favor of opening it up enough so that we can just see what the potential is. But we could limit it to a few nights a week or something like that if we had to. But I'd kind of like to see what the demand is. I think as for going late at night, you know, if it's over by 11:45 or something like that, to give people time to get out after a long movie, or midnight, that's not so bad if it's only 3 nights a week, for instance. I guess we can, you know, I think I would, because I really want to see this succeed, and I know how many people in the community want this, I'd really like to err on the side of opening it up and taking a chance here. I don't think we're going to be abusing this venue in any way, and if it does, I'm sure Ski Company will hear about it, and we can expect to roll it back a bit. But if I really want to see this happen, so I did want to say that regarding the spaces in Lot 4, those spaces may be necessary just for the event staff. I don't know where the event staff parks or how they're going to get there, but I'd like to give a ski company the flexibility to use those spaces if they're available, just so that the people running the show will have a place to park. But I'd have to say, maybe we set a midnight limit, 3 nights a week or something like that on the weekends, and then earlier other nights. I don't know. Let's why don't you come back to us with a proposal, Derek, when you know what you're looking at in terms of numbers of people, numbers of events.
Yeah, I mean, a couple things to answer there. So lot 1 is this lot that's typically used as 5-minute drop-off for skiers, and that should be able to accommodate a majority of the staff that's working. So we've kind of allocated that space for infrastructure and staff and required that's working, and we do need to manage the one-way route to the bathroom that will come through here. So that will allow people to kind of go around that to get into there. We do think that the graduate seated space will allow for enough room to cover what we used here. We also don't know, there could be interest in people doing bike up. If we have a bike up pod, we want to have the flexibility to basically say, give people the ability to come up and adjust it. And we don't know what the demand's going to be. I mean, like I said, we've been struggling to find a way to have a model for this that breaks even on the expenses. And so, we think we can do it with 1 or 2 movies a night a week. And with that, we think that there's probably enough interest in the community to have, 1 night or 2 nights other a week. If we start with 3 nights a week, and our proposal with the event and our discussions with Suzanne have been that, we would kind of present every 2 weeks on what, as much as we have booked for the remaining on a calendar. So say the first we would put out a calendar that would basically say, here's our plan for as much as we know. And then in 2 weeks, we're going to give you an update on the next, 2 weeks plus everything that we've added beyond that. But I think that, 3 nights a week is a great start. Look, we want to be good neighbors to everyone at Buttermilk, and we are not trying to abuse this. It's simply a way that we feel like we can bring the community together and provide an asset on a space that can accommodate something safely.
One other thought I had is some churches might want to hold church services on Saturday or Sunday during the morning or early afternoon. So I would leave that as a possibility too. I think a daytime event could be added on in addition to a certain number of nighttime events, because it wouldn't impact the neighbors so much. It would be just like day skier parking in the wintertime.
Yep, and we've talked with Crossroads Church. They've expressed some interest in doing some stuff out there, so that has been discussed for sure.
Yeah. So I think I like this as much as Greg does. I think we have to be flexible in trying to, make this a successful community in trying times. I remember back to the drought year in 76, 77, when the community was doing really unusual things because there wasn't enough snow for people to ski. They did things like have a golf tournament after Christmas on the Aspen Golf Course. Just being flexible, doing something different, and it made it fun and gave people other things to do to take their minds off of the lack of snow. This is kind of a similar situation that I would really like to see this happen also. So I think, I don't know if we have to do a thumbs up. I think you'd have to bring back a more fleshed out proposal, but I think we have general acceptance of this with some, we want to have some guardrails on it for, making sure it doesn't get too big too fast. Yeah. I think we'd want to have periodic review of a couple times during the summer at least to see how things are going. And if we're trying something new, we might need to be flexible in changing things a little bit in mid-course.
Yeah, I mean, I think what would be really helpful for us would be, to get your approval to start with, a limited number of nights per week with drive-in movies so we can at least get our feet wet and see how it works. And then, we're not even going to start with 3 nights a week. Even if we can just start with a couple movies in the first 2-week window, that would allow us to at least understand what, how it works and if we can make it work and what interest we get from other community members.
Steve?
George, did you have a comment you wanted to make?
Steve, if you can hear me, we can't hear you.
We can hear him.
Okay, Patty, you had
Can't
your hand
hear
up.
you.
Yeah, I'll let George go first. George, we could hear Steve, so I don't know why you can't, but
George, you might have to mute.
Steve's on mute right now.
You may have to mute. I think the birds may be cutting out your speaker.
So while George is figuring that, I'll just make a quick comment, Steve. So we need to make sure we vet this through public health, but we also need the West Buttermilk homeowners, and I think we need to talk to the people at the end of Aspen, just those adjacent neighbors, just to make sure. And I think once we have the plan fully vetted, if there's issues, I'd like staff to bring it back. I don't know if it needs to come back to us, or if we can give a nod now without seeing the final plan. I'm not necessarily comfortable with that.
So I think the big decision points, and Suzanne, just to confirm this, are the use of the lot, is probably one of the larger ones, and then the frequency of the events. I would note, just for clarity, that right now the drive-in guidance does not allow people to be out of their cars.
So no bike and no walk-up traffic. And you can't even get out of your car and sit next to your car?
So that's going to be part of the conversation, but right now, to reduce risk, that is how the draft guidelines read.
I think we might need to address that, because I don't think people are going to be sitting inside their cars on a hot summer night for 2 hours.
That's what drive-ins are all about.
Only when you were 17 or 18 or 19 years old, maybe.
But if the board, I think Skiko's ask is to sorry, I keep forgetting where the camera is. The Skiko's ask is there an opportunity to get limited approval to move forward pursuant to the guidelines getting approved? And then if we need to come back for greater frequency or type of events, we can do that after they get some experience under their belt with the drive-in. Am I understanding that correctly, Derek?
I think that's where we are.
Yeah, that would be great. Yep.
Great.
So George has left.
I think that sounds good to me, John. It sounds like it can be administrative. We're giving some guidance now. They can get started. Right. They have the assurance that they can move forward. And as conditions change, I kind of expect the governor, if things keep going kind of the way they are, that there'll be a drive-in movie or an outdoor or get out of your car. We'll see where that rule goes. But, it sounds to me like this can be handled by Suzanne and ComDev to get you guys started. And then, of course, it can come back to us when necessary. Thanks for bringing it to us. I've been waiting for this moment.
Of course, yeah. We've been waiting too.
So it sounds like we're good for 3 nights a week to start out with, and I would totally be good with that. Is everyone on to do a thumbs up on that? I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Where did George leave us?
And Steve, I can send you all updates, even if it's just by email, or we can, show up at public, at comment, just to, to update you along the way, to give you a sense of how many events are going on, if we're hearing anything or not. We can plan to do that.
Make sure they're sent to us individually, and we respond individually back.
We'll come to open discussion.
Okay, thank you, Suzanne and Derek, for bringing this forward to
Thanks,
us.
Derek.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Kelly? Okay, we are getting near the end, we have board reports, and we're running almost 15 minutes behind right now. We have just 15 minutes left before we're scheduled to adjourn. So I'll just go through the list, starting with APSHA.
Thanks, Suzanne.
And I'm not sure if George can hear me now.
Technology.
I don't think George can hear.
He's muted, so. There he is.
So Board of Health, let's go to Board of Health.
Kelly could do APSHA.
Well,
Steve, if you can hear me.
Oh, George is back. We'll let George go.
Steve, if you can hear me, I'm signing off. I can't hear anything. Goodbye.
Bye. See, technology.
Okay, back to Board of Health. Or do you want to do it, Kelly?
Yeah, I'll just, APSHA, the strategic plan will be coming to us, and that's the biggest thing. We'll be talking about a increase in property management fee, I think, tomorrow at their meeting. So that's what's going on with APSHA. On a somewhat related note, I did want to let you all know that I'm planning to apply for a strategic housing board for it's a state advisory board in DOLA. So that application is coming up due pretty soon, and I'll let you know how it goes.
Okay.
Board of Health.
Northwest, Patty? Or
Okay.
Board of Health, Greg, do you have anything to add?
Board of Health, only we're, as per what we've discussed about, we're going to be going to Board of Health on Thursday. We'll ask for these items we've mentioned to go on the agenda. The meeting, I don't have anything new to report, but I'm sure there's a lot to talk about with the Board of Health, given the current circumstances. We'll bring up what we've discussed regarding the agenda. I think that's all for Board of Health. But if anyone else has something else they want to have brought up or mentioned to us, let us know. Patty or I. And then I'll have RWAPA up next when the time comes, unless you want it now.
Go ahead and do all of yours, Greg, right now. That'll be easier. So you could do RWAPA.
I think the main news, from RWAPA is just that in the first week they interdicted 5 boats that were contaminated with mussels that had come from Lake Powell. And people ask, why don't they just clean the boats as they leave Lake Powell? I know they're actually doing some things like that, but these mussels are they're pretty hard to beat. People leave their boats sitting for a week or two, and still there's mussel larvae or mussels themselves in the bilge or in the ports for the motors. So it shows how necessary this the steam cleaning is, or the power washing that they do at the boat ramp. And but they discovered 5. I think last year we had 6 boats total in the entire season. This year we had 5 in the first weekend. So clearly the aquatic nuisance species mitigation program is important and valuable and successful so far, and then we're keeping Rudai clear. And I have to point out again, once perhaps the largest trout ever caught in Colorado was caught in Rudai about a month ago, and that trout would not exist had the mussels come in and eaten all of its food supply. So it's great to see a successful program like that work. We haven't had a meeting since, so I have nothing else to report.
Okay, Patty, why don't you do yours, starting with Northwest?
Okay, Northwest COG, we've been already talking about membership fees for next year. We're kind of working on a formula and a plan that makes sense because of financial impacts to all of our members. So we're working on that. I just sent John Peacock a letter regarding the U.S. Forest Service leasing policy that's coming out. They have a public comment period. So we're going to be talking about that and seeing if the county, I think we talked about it briefly the other day, John, didn't I bring it up already? So We're just going to see if there's, I think we sent it on to staff, if we can verify that, to see if there's any input that Pickens County thinks is pertinent to Pickens County. So that's where we are on that. The one thing that I think is very valuable with Northwest COG right now is the Economic Development District continues to work with state agencies and federal agencies to look at funding to maintain, to preserve, to bring back local businesses, small businesses especially. So Rachel Looney has been working really hard on that for all of the COG members of the Economic Development District, which I think is very beneficial. Most of the other COG programs are running well. We did lose the non-emergent medical transportation program because state pulled out their funding. That's going to be something we hope we can bring back, or we can find a way, maybe even during this next year, to get funding restored, at least at some level for that. Because, you know, our senior services funding through Northwest COG that we get is being hit dramatically by state and local funds that come in. So we're probably going to have to revisit our opportunities with funding senior services here in Pickens County. So that's a biggie. The other issue I have is with ACRA. Our last board meeting was great. Everybody's been kind of giving their own sector updates as far as what's happening with COVID-related issues. Again, I have to reach out and thank ACRA. Their staff has been phenomenal in working with all the different business sectors throughout the community with helping them to create these plans and how the plans are working and answering questions and really being part of Pickens County's public health effort. So I really have to commend ACRA for doing that, and also looking at other opportunities such as issues with the drive-in movie, trying to look at other avenues so we can do some local events of some sort that are appropriate and supported through our public health mandates. So ACRA has really been doing a phenomenal job on that. And the other issue, and John, I don't know how or if we need to address this. I've been recently become part of the Basalt Vista Board of Homeowners Board. And I've been to one of their virtual meetings with the board and then with the residents that are there. I've been working closely with Gail Schwartz on some issues, as you guys know, because of the funding we got for the playground. So I think I'll just bring back to this board any issues that I think are of relevance that the board might want to know about. We don't have another meeting until August, so I won't have anything to say about it till then, but I'll just see if there's issues I need your input on, and I'll come to you, either an open discussion or when we do membership updates. So thanks, guys.
I'm going to jump in right here. Another thing about the transportation from Northwest COG, they lost the contract to do the mountain ride service. It's going to be run by one organization somewhere, I think, in the Front Range. Will cover the whole state. Where if people are trying to arrange a ride, they would call that number. So that eliminated one or two positions at Northwest COG for people who had been handling that. So that's somewhat related to losing the non-emergent transportation, but the call center is also gone right now. Let's see. QQ. Let's go to you, Kelly, and then I'll jump in last.
Okay. I want to touch base on CC4CA first, since we're running out of time. I had circulated the 2020-2021 policy statement. The CC4CA's member guidelines continue to be that this policy statement be unanimously adopted by all members. So we have our retreat on Friday to finalize that policy statement before it will then go back out to the member jurisdictions, and jurisdictions have different methods for how they ratify it. We have decided in the past we didn't need a formal ratification, that, you know, open discussion, thumbs up was enough. So I did want to just touch base. Steve has sent some input that I forwarded along with regards to not just looking at reduction of like single-use plastics, et cetera, but how do we, you know, reduce demolition and deconstruction and encourage reuse of building products and keeping that out of the waste stream, which I thought was a valuable addition. So I just wanted to check in and see if you guys had anything else, because this is our opportunity to forward it before Friday.
So one question, Kelly, about, I presume any one of us could sit in on the Zoom call for the retreat on Friday. I don't know if we will all receive the link to that, but I've attended every one of the retreats in the past and would love to participate in that.
Sure. I'll make sure, I'll send it along to you.
Okay, great.
Yeah, if you haven't already gotten it. Yeah, there's 2 sections. There's like 2 hours in the morning and then a lunch break, and then 2 hours in the afternoon, since we're obviously doing a virtual retreat. Okay, so that's sort of the bulk of CC4CA. There also continues to be like very active conversation. The Colorado Energy Office had reached out as well and wanted input on, just COVID response. Greg is on one of the ad hoc groups addressing that, so I don't know if they've undertaken any work yet, but that's a subcommittee that is taking place at CC4CA to really just offer, like, when we look at, regenerating our economy, is there a way to do that in a synchronized way that promotes climate change goals, climate action goals? And then there continues to be like rulemaking that's going on through the process that we've been super active on as well. Greg, did you want to jump in?
Just to say, we've had one initial meeting of the CC4CA Pandemic Recovery Working Group. Second meeting is on July 2nd. I'm sure anybody who wanted to listen in would be welcome with the group. It's just forming at this point, looking at what's possible. There was also a call last week where some consultants were talking about CDOT and transportation and energy going forward, and I joined on that call as well, just to hear where how other states are working with meeting transportation and energy and climate goals for the states, and they're looking at models that Oregon and Washington and California and other states are using to try to help form our state's response to get to the climate goals. It's the very ambitious climate goals we've set for up to 2040 and 2050, and it was just an introductory meeting, but I think some interesting stuff will come of it. And the most enheartening thing was that looking at the draft from CDOT for their next 30 years, it was hard to see in their draft much about climate and energy, but they do have a department and people working on it, thinking about it, and now we know who they are, and I think we'll have a chance to actually engage with CDOT and help shape some of their goals going forward regarding climate and attaining the state's energy goals and emissions goals. That's it for
and then, cool. So with regards to some of my other updates, so the Colorado Basin Roundtable, their March meeting was canceled. They had their May meeting talking about the Basin Implementation Plan update, and then the next meeting's in July. And that BIP update, is multi-year effort. They designated sort of regional volunteers to start with some of the data updating of the elements that were in the old plan. And so April Long is our regional volunteer. So I've reached out to her to see what kind of help she needs with the Roaring Fork River component of that, and Crystal River component. And then the other ones, just in the interest of time, I think, QQ is all water legislative stuff, CCAT and CCI, all legislative stuff. The legislature did adjourn on Monday, and as I'm sure you've been reading in the news, passed some pretty big legislation in their last 3-week whirlwind session. But a lot of the bills we were working on also just, died on the calendar. So I think I'm going to get with Michaela and just put together kind of a comprehensive report so that you guys can just look through which bills of interest you have and what happened to them.
Great idea.
I will say that our 2 priority bills for CCI passed early on in the legislature. So the first one was the licensing for short-term rentals. So we need to sort of calendar some time to figure out how we want to bring that program forward in Pickens County, but that passed and was signed. And then the update to the off-site wastewater treatment system fee, which removed the fee cap and lets us recover the full cost of what it costs to process those permit applications, also passed and was signed early in the legislature. So I'll get with Michaela and Steve and we'll do that, and then also just start thinking about things that have come up for legislative fixes for next year, because this is sort of the time that we start talking about those and generating those ideas with those groups.
Yeah, a couple of comments. The CCI will be sending out at some point a comprehensive analysis of all the bills that pass that pertain to counties. So that's always a useful thing that we find out. Now, a lot of these are on the governor's desk, and he potentially could veto some things, although I haven't heard of any that he indicated he would veto at this point. Let's see, I had another thought. What was it? Another CCI thought. I can't remember right now. I want to talk a little bit about, it's actually not a senior council, but it's a strategic action planning group on aging. I've been working with a small group working on guidance during the COVID pandemic response and social distancing regarding the long-term care ombudsman program, which is run by the state, which we have utilized a little bit at Whitcomb Terrace, and also the adult protective services, which the county does provide that. And Nan says that we have been continuing doing the adult protective services. Oftentimes that has to be in person, and they've been following very careful guidelines. The ombudsman program is all in long-term care facilities, and it has not been operating at all because of the fear that an ombudsman would go from one long-term care facility to another one and potentially carry the virus with them. And so we're trying to come up with guidelines for both of those services for seniors. Nan feels that they are both essential services and should need to be allowed to operate in some fashion. The ombudsman program, I inquired about if it could be just done virtually. Parts of it can be, but they also have to be able to go in person into the facilities just to kind of check out how the facilities are operating and make sure if a resident has an issue with what's going on there, the ombudsman really needs to be able to see in person on the ground what's going on in the facility. So those are two little niches of things that we're trying to come up with guidelines for how these can operate during the COVID situation. And I can't remember what my other thing about CCI was. Club 20 is going to do the summer policy meetings virtually. It was supposed to be in Uray this summer for one of the meetings, but they've already decided they're just going to do it all virtually. So I'll probably be able to attend most or all of those meetings. Makes for easy driving when I can just be here in my own house. Let's see, trying to see if there's anything else we can cover. Okay, well, I thought of the other CCI thing. We have until July 24th to bring forward policy issues that we would like to see in the legislature next session. The form was sent out maybe just yesterday. So all of you need to be thinking about is there something the county wants to pursue next year? We've had pretty good luck on some of the issues we pursued. Some of them took 3 years to get there, but anyhow, we don't have to decide today. Just start thinking about it.
Local control over Keep It Clean Colorado signs.
Over what? Local control over what?
Yeah, the highway
Keep It
clean
Clean
sign.
Colorado signs.
Oh, I love those signs, Kelly. They're my fave. They're in Denver all over the place, too.
Yeah, let's definitely put that on our report list for legislative fixes.
I'm putting it on there. I didn't get the form, though. John, would you send it on to me?
If I've got it, yeah.
If you've got it. Okay.
So, is there any other business for the good of the order?
No, sir.
Not seeing. I think we're all had a good day today. Thank you all for
All right, you guys, be
sticking
safe.
with us. We need to figure out George's audio problem if we can help him.
See,
Maybe he needs
technology.
a-
We should be in the same room having our meetings.
Yeah, we'll work on that.
Where did he
I
come
don't have
in?
any symptoms
Engelhart.
next week, Patty.
Yeah, I'm going to keep working on it.
I'm watching.
Between that and the road signs. Okay,
All right,
guys.
be
See
well,
ya.
everyone. Stay crafted.